Stand at the edge of the bridge as I confront my reflection. Unsure of this, I try to find a new direction. Diving into the water, and I feel the surface close around me. My thoughts are gone as I sink, lost inside the cold embrace. What about love? What about love? I'll try and find it. What about love? What about love? I'll try and find it. Underneath the clouds there's a place where I walk beneath the breeze. Come take my hand and I'll lead you through the rivers and seas. On top of mountains we can see the world below. Come take my hand and we'll leave, but don't let go. Trapped in the freedom mirror, confronting my reflection. He turns and asks me why I can't find the right direction. I don't have an answer, but I'm running circles in my mind. In the end, I know that it's you who gives me guidance and
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another session of Casting StarCraft 2 with LaG. Today, bringing you the LaG Weekly Tournament. This is the second one, hosted by Sky as part of Team LaG. That's latest and greatest. Check-in should be just opening up in a minute on the Zeek site. If there are any players currently watching the stream, please make sure that you do head over to zeek.com, find obviously the game, and make sure that you are all checked in and ready to go for starting the games. The first games will actually be available in about an hour, which is when the first set of games will be going live. Brackets will be posted in just about half an hour or so after the check-in has pretty much finished. So looking forward to seeing some good games today. Do have a pretty good selection of players in this particular tournament, but we'll be going through the listings in just a few moments time before the games are going to start. Hopefully you're all looking forward to this as much as I am. Today's prize pool is actually $150, which is going to be $100 for the first place prize, $30 for the second place, and $10 each for third and fourth. So hopefully you guys will at least make it through into the semi-finals, which is where you're going to be guaranteed at least $10 in prize pool. This is actually going to be a standard single elimination tournament setup, so round of 128 all the way up obviously to the finals, with best of 1 games through until the round of 16. Then we'll be moving on to the best of 3, and then the finals will be a best of 5. Standard maps in the pool today, pretty much every map currently available on the map pool at the moment. So Belshire Vestige, Cloud Kingdom, Metropolis, Daybreak, Core Hall Compound, Newkirk Precinct, Akalon Waste, Whirlwind, Neoplanet S, and a couple of other ones as well that have been thrown in there. So we do have Phoenix Cluster and Illumination as well. Just a reminder again to any and all players that are currently on the stream, make sure that you have headed over to zeek.com and done the check-in process. And to those people who are looking forward to seeing some great games today, I'm certainly looking forward to casting them, and those games should be starting in just a little over an hour. So in the interim time, enjoy some more music.
not fair when you talk about him. He doesn't even know that your world surrounds him. And I know how this is sounding, so I'll smile through a mask and I'll hide behind it. Up in the sky, I can see as the rain runs down your face. You will find that I'm here to ease the pain. Let it go, drop it on the down low. I don't know what you know, and you know what I know. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Please don't fight that midnight. In the bleachers we cheered with the crowd. Underneath the wall to scream it out. In the bleachers we cheered with the crowd. Underneath the wall to scream it loud. Don't think that I can't see your tears, 'cause I know you, and I know your fears. Underneath them all to scream it out, that I know you, and I'll catch your tears. Underneath them all to scream it out, as I found you, I'm gonna make it clear. I'm gonna make it clear. Up in the sky, I can see as the rain runs down your face. You will find that I'm here to ease the pain. Let it go, drop it Wake up, shower off, get dressed, brush your teeth, go to work. Hate your boss, hate your job. It's okay, cause tonight we're going out. Off work, on the phone. I'm not driving cause tonight I'm getting drunk. New clothes, new smell, and now I'm looking good cause tonight I'm going out. Kicks with the lights gone, and your mind's gone, and your mind's gone. Raise your hands if you feel it. Raise your hands
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the LaG Weekly Tournament with casting brought to you today by LaG. Just a quick update here, the brackets have now been finalised and generated. Latecomers are being added in for those players that have failed to check in time. First games should be underway soon, and I'm very much looking forward to casting today's tournament. So, once again, this is the LaG Weekly Gaming Tournament. There is a $150 prize pool up for grabs today, $100 for that first place prize, $30 for second place, and $10 each for third and fourth. So if you make it through to the semi-finals, you are guaranteed a little bit of a cash prize here today. And generally speaking, looking forward to seeing some pretty good games. Got a good roster of players on today, and hopefully you guys will enjoy watching these games as much as I'm going to enjoy streaming them. We'll be jumping into the first games in just a few moments once all the brackets have finished being generated, and we'll start to grab the games as they go through. There is a standard map pool in place based on the current ladder maps, as well as a few extra additions that are looking like they're going to be a little bit interesting. So we have stuff like DF Illumination on there as well. Some of the previous map pool some of the previous map pool maps. So we're going to be seeing maybe a few games on Cloud Kingdom today as well, and hopefully we'll be having some fairly good games. It is going to be best of one all the way up to the round of 16, at which point we'll move into the best of 3, and the finals will be cast as best of 5. In the interim time, while we're just waiting for the brackets to finish generating and get the first game, please enjoy some more music. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, jumping into the first game of the ladder brackets tonight, we are having Optic Imperatos, our Protoss up here in Fuchsia, versus XCF's Ham Sandwich as our light pink Zerg here on the WCS edition of Daybreak. Looking forward to what should hopefully be a good opening match here between these two players. XCF's Ham Sandwich is actually a Grandmaster level Zerg player here, so looking forward and seeing some interesting play here for the first of these games from the round of 128. This, of course, will be a best of 1 series, so the winner of this match will advance on directly into the next round. So both these players are duking it out to even try and carry on and go forward in this tournament. Of course, being Zerg versus Protoss here on Daybreak, looking to see some maybe interesting gameplay style here, depending on, of course, what Imperatos decides to do as his opening gameplay could really affect exactly how Ham Sandwich here actually decides to try and structure his attack. As lately in Heart of the Swarm, we have been seeing a lot more of the sort of gateway expansions very early on in the game, and it does look like Imperatos is going to be going with that strategy, so going for a little bit of a gateway expand rather than the more typical Wings of Liberty style, which would have of course been the Forge Fast expand. So there could be a good opportunity here for Ham Sandwich to maybe apply a little bit of early aggression and pressure and maybe try and snag a little bit of an early win here, but hopefully Imperatos is going to be able to survive this one and move on to the next round as well. So best of luck to both these players at this time. Looks like Ham Sandwich is actually going to go for a very macro-oriented start though, as Zerg here getting that extra hatchery down almost straight away. So we are going to see a little bit of a hatch before pool play here, and maybe even possibly a 3-hatch opening, as it could be a good chance here, as he does have this drone heading out for a little bit of a scout, though at the moment that looks like it's just checking out those proxy locations. Of course, proxy Stargate play from Protoss now very strong in Heart of the Swarm, with the addition of oracles into that gameplay mix, with one oracle being able to burn its way through a drone line in simply a few seconds flat. Quite a scary prospect if you are not paying attention or don't catch them in time. But we are definitely going to see a little bit of a slower play here from Imperatos, not going for the early expansion, not getting that fast forge down for the expansion, though it looks like he's getting ready to throw down his expansion in just a second as well. So that is going to be a little bit vulnerable until he obviously gets his first Stalker or Sentry out and on the way. He does currently have that one gateway with the cybernetics core, so we could see that Stalker coming out soon, though it looks like he's actually going straight for the mothership core. Not a bad choice in this situation, as it can do quite a lot of damage against those early Ling run-bys. Both these players though, still looking like they're wanting to play very standard games at this point in time, so nothing funky coming out just yet from either player. The first Lings for Ham Sandwich here are on the way, so we may be seeing a little bit of early aggression, a little bit of a poke out across the map here from Ham Sandwich, looking to perhaps get some extra scouting information here and find out exactly what his opponent's going to be up to. Of course, he is going to see that slightly delayed expansion there with no real wall in at the front. Of course, with no forge out yet for Imperatos, he's not going to have any cannons down there on the low ground, which means these Lings are probably going to be able to get at least a little bit of scouting information, as that one Zealot and mothership core won't be quite enough to stop both of them in time, and that Ling is looking like it is going to make it up into the main and is going to see the one gateway there with the cybernetics core. A lot of opportunities here though for Imperatos. I mean, his current build at the moment is giving him a lot of flexibility, adding on 2 extra gates at the front and getting the forge down now, so we'll see some cannons walling in that front door in just a few minutes. But a little bit of early 3-gate pressure could be quite useful here, especially if he gets a good scout off on what Ham Sandwich is doing at the moment, as of course Ham Sandwich actually droning quite heavily at the moment, though he has just thrown the Roach Warren down as well. So maybe seeing some early Roach play here, maybe going for a very strong Roach timing attack here, which could do quite a lot of damage to Imperatos if he's not quite prepared for it and not really able to hold it if he's gets a little bit caught unawares. So it's really quite vital for Imperatos at the moment that he does get some good scouting information off. He could really do with knowing that that is on the way. Though it looks like he is actually moving into a position where he'd like to apply some pressure here with the proxy pylon, but fortunately for Ham Sandwich that has been scouted and can be stopped. Though of course that mothership core there able to keep picking off at those Lings quite happily. So a little bit of a warping going to go on here, but as Ham Sandwich adds on more and more Lings here, he should be able to snipe that pylon with almost no problem. But Imperatos actually really going for broke here, adding on maybe going to see a few extra warpings here, and really going to try and shut down this third hatchery. Might even be able to force the cancel, which would be a little bit of a victory, but he does need to be careful that he doesn't lose that forward pylon if he wants to keep that pressure up. But the Lings are going to focus that down very quickly and then look at picking up those Zealots perhaps, or in fact no, actually heading straight across to the natural there of Imperatos, but he did have the mothership core with his army there and has gone for the recall, so going to have all those Zealots in position ready to hold any attack. But still no cannon yet for Imperatos out on the field, so these Lings, if they strike now, could maybe pick apart one of the warp gates that are making up this nice little bit of a wall in here and do a bit of damage, but it looks like that cannon is going to go up in just a few moments time. And actually this wall is not quite complete. Ling's getting around onto the rear side here, but I don't think Ham Sandwich has quite realised the potential opportunities he has got here, trying to manoeuvre his Lings around, and does actually get a few up into the main here, and these could cause a lot of economic damage right now. Imperatos so busy focusing on the fight going on at the front, not paying attention to these probes inside of his main. So these Lings are actually getting quite a few kills there, so that's actually 7 workers killed now for Ham Sandwich, so doing a little bit of economic damage there. But on the whole, Imperatos able to hold that attack off almost no problem. But that Stargate now, having been spotted quite happily by Ham Sandwich, he's going to know that there are going to be Phoenixes coming out on the map soon enough. So it's really going to be a case now of exactly how Ham Sandwich wants to try and apply this and go forward with this, and we do see him adding on the Hydralist then. So it looks like he's definitely going to transition here into a little bit of a Roach Hydra attack, which, given what he's actually seen inside of Imperatos' base, does make a lot of sense. Of course, Imperatos at this point not quite in the know with exactly what's going on over in Ham Sandwich's base. Could do with actually getting a little bit of a scout off here and being able to see exactly what is going on, as unless he sees this coming, he's not really going to have the Immortals out in time. Though he is getting a couple of observers on the way, so he should be able to get some decent scouting information off. But if Ham Sandwich actually goes for a little bit of a strong timing attack here with Roaches, we could see a lot of damage done, as with no Immortal on the way, that is going to cause a few problems here. Though the Robotics Bay has been thrown down now, so it looks like Imperatos here wanting to transition straight into Colossus tech right from the ground up. Whether or not he follows this up afterwards with High Templars remains to be seen, but he does actually have a Warp Prism on the way, and that's actually a bit of an interesting choice. So we might see some Zealot Warpins inside the main of Ham Sandwich, which it looks like he's not really prepared for. He does have the Spore Crawler there, but the Warp Prism is going to be able to just warp in well out of range of that and get Zealots straight into the mineral line there. Both players, though, really quite focusing on upgrades at the moment, trying to play a little bit safe, not too many engagements out on the map at the moment, though Ham Sandwich, of course, is a base ahead of Imperatos at this point in time, so he is going to have the slight economic advantage, and that could potentially make all the difference in the world when it comes to the later game stage fights here. And we do actually see Imperatos having a little bit of a browse around the map here with a Phoenix, probably looking for a few overlords there, trying to snipe some of that vision that Ham Sandwich is going to have on the map there. But fortunately here for Ham Sandwich, all of his overlords have been brought back to home, as he has a fairly decent scattering of links around the map to retain quite a lot of map control and vision here. Really being all over the place with his links, so going to be able to see most of those attack paths there for Imperatos as they move around. But whether or not, of course, he scouts the Warp Prism will be a different kettle of fish, though at the moment it looks like that has not moved out across the map at this time. Extended Thermal Lance, though, on the way here now for Imperatos, definitely going to wanting to really pile on for that Colossus tech there and try and do some damage to those lighter Zerg units at the front. But this looks like it's going to be coming down to just really being one engagement, as at this point in time Ham Sandwich is really just kind of building up quite a nasty force here right outside of his natural. So depending on how well his first fight with that force goes, could see either a solid win or a very quick loss almost immediately afterwards, as long as Imperatos has a decent follow-up. But Ham Sandwich actually so far ahead in terms of supply at the moment, 157 to 105, has got quite the scary force at this time. And Imperatos here actually making a move on the third base, getting some decent force fields off here. That's going to help slow down those Zerg units and being able to do quite a little bit of damage. Does have those 4 Colossi out, and that's almost a magic number, but the Viper pulls there, pulling 2 in straight away and instantly sniping those. Absolutely brilliant play there from Ham Sandwich, getting that good micro, really getting those Colossus out of position. But he does need to get energy back on those Vipers, of course, if he wants to really reduce the damage there. Ham Sandwich trying to be a little bit defensive at the moment. Needs to be careful, though. That's a decent count of Stalkers actually for Imperatos. Almost actually sniping one of those Vipers, and those are expensive units for Zerg here. But it looks like Ham Sandwich is going to force Imperatos to back up ever so slightly. But I actually think at the moment that Ham Sandwich is aware of the proxy pylon that is at that 4th location and is going to start marching forward across the map and might be caught a little bit out of position here, not managing to have his Roaches at the front in time. Once again, though, the 2 Vipers pulling the Colossus straight into the forefront there and absolutely brutalizing that Protoss DPS, as they no longer have those big beefy units there to do all the damage that needs to be done from that range. And Imperatos throwing out the well played there as he realizes that Ham Sandwich's force is going to be a little bit too big for him to beat. And that is it for game 1. So Ham Sandwich will be advancing on to the next round, so that will be onto the round of 64. Imperatos dropping out at this point. Well done to Ham Sandwich, bad luck there to Imperatos, and we'll be returning with some more games in just a few moments.
Time turns to darkness. will all fade away. Time turns to darkness, we'll all fade away. No one can find out what remains.
And jumping into another game here now between FUS Krillmon here as our Zerg in purple versus Jet, our Terran in blue here on the GSL edition of the Whirlwind map. Hopefully you guys will be looking forward to this game. This is one from the round of 64 I believe here, and they're going to be playing this game in well, probably amount to being a fairly standard style here. Terran versus Zerg in Heart of the Swarm obviously being a new and interesting matchup, obviously with the Widow Mine placement that you can do as Terran, making it a little bit more frustrating for Zerg for those early Ling attacks, and with those Hellbat additions as well for Terran being a lot more of that powerhouse, but the potential for Zerg sieges with those Swarm hosts being pretty powerful. Looking forward to seeing exactly how this game pans out. Of course, as this is the GSL edition of Whirlwind here, spawns are going to be cross-positioned, so both the players should be pretty familiar with where they will be starting already. Though, looks like Krillmon here is sending out his overlords in a little bit of a random fashion, maybe just checking to make sure here before scouting out completely with that drone. This map actually promotes a fairly greedy style of play as well. With the huge distances between all the bases, players have a lot of early opportunities to take second and third expansions very quickly and usually fairly securely before it starts getting into that sort of mid-game pressure play and moving into those big mid-game fights. But looking like it could be a fun game. Hopefully these two players will really be able to bring out their A games today, as of course only one of them will be able to go on into the round of 32. And on into the next section of the tournament. We do already have, of course, the second hatchery being thrown down for Krillmon, and we should see a spawning pool following this up soon. Or he may even decide to go for a slightly greedy 3 hatchery build right off the bat. But interestingly enough, we do have Jet with this random SUV down here on the bottom side, looking like it is actually scouting here. And not realizing, I think, perhaps that the GSL variant of Whirlwind here does actually allow directly for cross-position spawning, which means these players are just going to play as they normally would, get their regular scouts off and just play as safely and defensively as possible. And we should soon see that first expansion going down for Jet in just a second there. This map certainly, I think, favours Zerg for the really rapid movement speed, especially if Krillmon can get good creep spread across the map. As if he can get himself a creep highway, then he's going to have a really rapid road into his opponent's front door. But there is still a lot of drop potential here for Jet. This map tends to work fairly well if you are Terran and want to play that more drop style aggressive play, as there are a huge number of areas where you can avoid the Widow Mine, avoid the Overlord placements there to really just like skirt across the map before hitting the bottom side and then getting in the base. So I'm looking forward to seeing exactly how Jet wants to play this out, whether or not he'll decide to go for the slightly more the bio style approach that we've seen a lot of Terran players favouring at the moment, or whether he'll go entirely for the mech approach that a lot of other players have been trying as well. Of course, Hellbats and Siege Tanks, very powerful now until Zerg gets onto that Broodlord and Corrupted technology to start pounding those units from the air. But all in all, could be a really fun game, and looking forward to seeing really how these two players want to go about. Already Krillmon with that slice supply lead, of course, taking a second hatchery a little bit sooner means he's going to be able to drone up very quickly, and with the larger rush distance on this map, it means that he's going to be a lot safer early game. It wouldn't surprise me though to see him go for sort of like the Roach Hydralisk play and then transition late game into Infestor Ultralisk, as that has a tendency to work fairly well against Terran at the moment, especially if they are going for the more mech style build. Of course, if Jet does decide to go for the bio style, it'll definitely be more about that early Baneling and Mutalisk play here from Krillmon. And in fact, a well-timed Baneling bust could actually do quite a lot of damage here to Jet at this time. He does have the bunker going down at the front, but a good amount of Speedlings at the front here, and more for about half a minute of Banelings, should be able to inflict quite a significant amount of damage here on Jet's front door. Jet actually playing very proactively here, using his early Marines to take a little bit of map control here, doing a little bit of Overlord sniping, and making sure he keeps control of the Xelnaga Watchtower here in the middle, trying to deny a little bit of vision here to Krillmon. A lot of Terran players don't actually understand how important that keeping that map control against Zerg really is, as it can cause you a lot of problems in the later game if you aren't really aware of exactly where the Zerg army is at all times. As if they get the opportunity to get ahead of you even slightly and you have no idea where they are, then it can turn into disaster if you push out at just the wrong time and then a massive Ultralisks hits your front door. We do have Krillmon though already throwing down his third hatchery there, and we may even see a fast fourth as well, given the distances on this map. So Krillmon really going to have an opportunity here to, I think, play a little bit offensively. But we are seeing the double evolution chamber here, and he does have a lot of lings on the way. So we're definitely looking to see some double upgrades coming out. So we might be seeing a little bit of that sort of like roach timing here, and as Jet is adding on those Hellbats now, the roach timing could actually be quite strong, but of course he does need to get that roach warrant out as soon as possible if that is what he wants to do in the situation. But no, actually he's going for the melee upgrade, so it's going to be a little bit of a focus here on early Ling play, which is definitely a very interesting choice, as the Ling usage tends to fall off a little bit late game as you transition into the Ultras, but this does kind of suggest that with wanting to get the ground upgrades for weapon speed, for weapons there, he definitely looks like he wants to go for that sort of Ling Baneling Muta into Infesta Ultralisk style for the late game. And we're going to have a little bit of a poke here across the map at this time. Does look like Jet though has pretty good defense here at the front. He's well walled in nicely, and those two Widow Mines are going to cause a lot of damage to this Zergling host here. And in fact, especially as it doesn't, I don't think Krillmon will be aware that they are even there. Does send the one Ling off to the side just to check to make sure there is no third. And actually very cleverly moving only one Ling forward at a time to bait out those Widow Mine shots. Absolutely perfect micro hair from Krillmon. But seeing the wall, he knows he's not going to be able to get in here. And actually, as that's going on, we've got quite a substantial drop here inside of Krillmon's main. Those two Hellbats doing a lot of damage here, forcing the Lings off here, and may even be able to snipe the Queen, as they do a lot of damage. Those Lings are going to be forced to retreat, and Jet actually picking up the Hellbats there and backing out, though I feel like this is a little bit of a bad mistake here. He could have done a little bit more damage, but he does actually have the Hellbats down there inside of the natural as well, though those have finally been picked off. But that's actually quite a substantial drop there from Jet, actually managing to pick off 8 workers there and get a fairly decent amount of unit kills as well, roasting and toasting quite a few Lings in the process. So Jet definitely looking like he's going to be going for that sort of Hellbat style of early play here. And once again getting another drop here inside of the main. Does need to watch out for that medevac though. He really can't afford to lose that, as those Hellbats are now stranded. But if they can pick off a good number of these Lings, then that will probably be a fairly worthwhile trade, as those Hellbats do absolutely massive damage to those light units. So Jet really trying to keep up a little bit of pressure here. Those Hellion drops designed to really try and keep the Zerg forces units back into the base, and really make sure that he can't really move out for fear of having more and more of his workers killed by the constant threat of having those medevacs around. But he is getting a decent force of Zerglings now, and he does have the Mutalisks on the way. Still no Banelings at the moment here for Krillmon, and actually no Baneling Nest. And I think this might have been a little bit of an oversight on his behalf, maybe a little bit of an underreaction here, as if Banelings can get close enough to those Hellbats, they can still do a lot of damage, as Hellbats of course do count as light units, and will take quite a bit of splash. But Jet needs to be able to pick up those and micro them away, getting them away on very low HP. They are actually on red HP there, but dropping them just outside of range of the Xel'Naga Watchtower here, so Krillmon will be able to see that, and may actually decide to press on and try and pick those up, but instead electing to back away ever so slightly there. So those Hellbats will live to fight another day, but now the Mutalisks are out on the field. Jet just scouting that with the edge of his medevac there, and getting those turrets down already in response, to make sure those Mutalisks can't really do too much damage. The biggest mistake that Krillmon could, I think, make at this point in time is if he invests too much into Mutalisks at this time. As Jet has scouted it now, he is going to have, obviously, the turrets in place. So maybe 10 Mutalisks would be a good number here for Krillmon before kind of like stopping that Mutalisk production, as he really wants to be harassing with these. But he does actually miss seeing the main force of Terran move out here. Of course, the turret's almost completely up here for Jet inside his base. Doesn't manage to quite get that one up in time, so he may actually lose out on his upgrades here. Does have a few Marines running into position here, and those are going to be able to hopefully pick up most of those Mutalisks. While Jet is actually applying quite a lot of pressure here, moving on to that Zerg creep. Krillmon actually here getting a very decent creep spread early on in this game. Those two Queens doing a very good job. Banelings though now in the mix here, so Jet's going to have to be a little bit careful as he advances forwards. Can't afford to lose too much units. Does need to get those bigger units to tank those there. And actually executing some really excellent splits, picking up a huge chunk of those Zerg forces at 130 supply to 114 right now. Those Hellbats are really making their money's worth, the Marines being able to focus down all of those Mulisks quite nicely. And Krillman here, I think a little bit of panic mode here, really just piling on more and more lings, as he does need to try and stop this attack as quickly as he can. But with that decent number of Hellbats with that army, I mean, those lings are going to have a hard time getting close, especially with that number of Marines as well. And it looks like this third base here for Krillman is going to pretty much be toast at this point. And if he can snipe the Spire as well, that'll be a bit of a big victory here. But Krillman really piling on more and more lings, 30 in production right now. And he really wants to try and get this Terran Force away from his base. But Jet, I feel, really needs to just kind of follow up with this, get more units rallied over here, and keep up this pressure, because this attack has done quite a lot of damage at this point. He's taken out that third hatchery, he's taken out the Spire, and ooh, nice pick up there, managing to avoid the majority of those Banelings, but he is going to lose the Hellbats, and that is a little bit of a problem, but he may still be able to rescue those Marauders if at all possible. But these Speedlings here, trying to stay on these medevacs as much as possible, but with the medevac speed boost, they are going to get away and regroup with Jet's new army here. Krillmon definitely on the back foot now. He has lost 18 workers here, and that is quite substantial. Not managing to do very much damage to Jet at all. Jet really just handling himself perfectly this game, and really keeping Krillman out of position and out of place at almost all times, really keeping him on his side of the map. But he really needs to start thinking about trying to clean up some of this creep spread. As Krillman here actually got quite good creep spread all the way up to the halfway point of the map already. And that is going to make it harder and harder for Jet to push into that base, as Zerg units on creep obviously are faster, and as a result can move around a lot quicker to reinforce. So he does need to start thinking about picking up and cleaning up some of that creep. But it looks like there's going to be another Mutalisk attack getting ready to come into place here, though those are actually pulling back at this time. And Jet getting underway here to launch another offensive on that Zerg base. If he can snipe that third over here as well, sorry, the fourth base here, and then maybe even re-snipe the third there, this could be quite a big victory for him. But his units here getting a little bit of a Speedling surround here, but there are some nice splits, a little bit of stutter there, but those Baneling connections are pretty devastating actually. Jet's army cut down massively by some really well placed Baneling hits there. Now at 111 supply to Krillman's 123, whereas only moments before he was about 50 supply ahead. So that's actually really quite devastating here for Jet at this point in time. I mean, those Baneling connections were really huge, and again, even more huge Baneling connections, losing out on some really expensive units here, having to pull those SCVs, trying to get them back to safety, and really get those Marines in as quickly as possible. But very unfortunate there for Jet, not being able to get the unit splits that he really needed to be able to survive that, but he does manage to get all those SCVs to safety, taking almost no worker losses there. He is up to 10 workers killed, but that still puts him a good number of workers ahead, a good number of workers killed ahead of his opponent, as obviously Krillman having lost an additional 20, but Krillman actually on 72 harvesters at the moment, of course, with 4 bases up and running, and Jet only really just getting this third base underway here. In fact, actually looking at Jet's army size right now, I feel like he probably could be well placed if he just picked up and went for a big drop at that third location there for Krillman and just denied this base again. I mean, coming in over the side here and simply dropping in that mineral line could do quite a substantial bit of damage, and then could simply pick up and move out again. But Krillman actually moving his Mulus back into position, looking like he wants to get a little bit more harass off, actually has added on a few more here, and is beginning the transition over into the Ultralisk technology, as we have those first Ultralisks already on the way. And as this game goes more and more on, this is going to get a lot scarier for Jet, especially with his Biostyle army. I mean, he hasn't even got Combat Shield on his Marines here. Very much an oversight on his behalf, I think. And as he starts to see the Ultralisks, he is definitely going to need to be adding on more and more Marauders. Of course, it's very important to get those Marauders to kill those Ultralisks. And at the moment, he does have a very limited number of those in his army. Mostly actually focusing on the reactor barracks at the moment, though Combat Shield only just now finishing up at the 19-minute mark here, so very much an oversight there, I think. But without the Marauders, he's going to suffer quite a lot when those Ultralisks do hit the field, and the first one's already over here now. Krillman actually using the Tarask Collector's Edition Ultralisk here, along with the Raptorlings as well. Very cool looking Ultralisk. I do love that style of Ultralisk. It's very tasty. But that army now for Krillman, pretty much designed to wipe out this army that Jet has. Those Marines are going to fall very quickly to those Banelings and to those Ultralisks. Obviously, with no Marauders there, this is going to be a pretty deadly situation. And he was so far ahead to begin with, but Krillman now at 197 supply to 168. Going to have a pretty big advantage here and really going to be able to get in and do so much damage. And in fact, Jet's army supply there plummeting down by 60 in simply a matter of seconds here. Absolutely being decimated, and Krillman going to be able to move in very quickly here into this base. And despite losing a few links to that Widowmine, Jet is now very much on the back foot. Whether or not he could hold this is a little bit uncertain. No, he does throw out the GGs, and that game will go to Krillman. FUS Krillman here, taking victory against Jet and going on to the next round of the LaG Weekly tournament here. So well played to both of those players. Looking forward to seeing Krillman further on in the tournament. Bad luck there to Jet for bowing out at this stage. And in the interim time, enjoy some more music while we get ready and set up for the next game. And ladies and gentlemen, bring you our next game now between SCA's Seth N here as our Protoss in blue versus TKS's Jig, our Zerg in orange. Here on DF Phoenix Cluster, actually a map that's not very common in the map pool. So really looking forward to seeing how this one plays out. I'm not too familiar with this map or exactly where the best angles of attack are, but it looks like it could be a fairly fun match for some nice engagements here, as there are the 3 engagement paths here through the middle, and it looks like it could also be a fairly decent match for some drop harassment play, and it looks like there'd be a decent number of proxy locations here, obviously for the Protoss player. So this is the DF Phoenix cluster map. Very much looking forward to seeing exactly how this one plays out. So once again we have TKS Jig, our Zerg in orange down here on the south side of Phoenix cluster, versus SCA's very own Seth N, our Protoss in blue up here on the north side. TKS Jig actually already Grandmaster this season on NA, Seth N not quite there yet but working towards it. So both these players very strong contenders here in this tournament, looking like should be some very good games coming out, and we are once again seeing a gateway opening here for Seth here. Very common Protoss opening now. It actually seems to have become the new standard now for Protoss, high-level Protoss versus Zerg games. Really go for that early gateway opening and getting the fast mothership core out, rather than going for the usual Wings of Liberty Forge fast expansion. And actually, both these players are not too familiar with this map, so we are actually seeing Jig here throwing down a very fast spawning pool here, so definitely going for the spawning pool before hatchery to make sure he's got some early defensive units out, and maybe even looking to apply some early timing pressure here, which could be quite fun if Seth is not quite prepared for it. I mean, the downside of obviously going for the gateway first means that you can get those really early Ling run-bys, and actually seeing the Cybernetics core being added on now, so it does look like it's going to be that mothership core opening here for Seth, and the hatchery also going down here for Jig. So a little bit of a later hatchery than perhaps normal, but it does mean he can get those early Lings out, and without obviously the wall in there for the Protoss player, Jig could maybe get a little bit of a Zergling run by and do a little bit of damage there before Seth gets his mothership core out, depending on whether or not he elects to go for that kind of a timing attack. But at the moment it looks like Jig quite content here to play a macro game, really just droning up quite heavily, adding on more and more of those Zerg drones to really start to like kickstart his economy and get it underway quite nicely. Seth looking like he's getting ready to expand down to the low ground as well, throwing down that pylon at the front there to get his expansion, to get his wall in at this side. But of course there are the destructible rocks here with the gas vents as well. So we could see some interesting flank attacks here coming in from this side, as this course, if Jig can knock down these rocks, he's going to be able to get right in unless Seth places a few cannons around this area here. But it will remain to be seen exactly what Jig wants to do at this point versus Seth. Though Seth does have that one Stalker and one Zealot out on the way now, and if he's very lucky he may actually be able to snipe out that Overlord, but it looks like Jig is going to be able to move that out of way just in time and stop that from being picked up. Picking up those early Overlords is actually fairly important if you're playing against a Zerg player, as you can supply block them quite nastily in the early game, and that can make quite a little bit of a difference. So this, of course, it forces them to build at least one extra Overlord early game, which is 100 minerals wasted, essentially. But Seth going for his wall in now, getting actually quite a nice tight wall in with 3 gateways, electing actually to forgo the forge entirely. So that is now up to 4 gates here. So we might even see a little bit of 4 gate pressure, and that's actually fairly unusual. And actually a Stargate being thrown down as well. So Seth actually playing definitely a very unusual build here. I mean, with no forge down on the low ground, that means he's not going to be able to get his upgrades here for those ground units, nor is he going to be able to have those cannons against those early Lings to help prevent them from doing some damage. But he has taken the second gas, so I'm curious to see exactly what he wants to put out of this Oracle, out of the Stargate. I'm thinking it's probably going to be a transition into Oracle play here to get a little bit of a poke in, try and do some damage to the economy, with a follow-up into a sort of Zealot-heavy 4-gate timing attack here. The probe actually out on the map has been picked up though by those Zerglings, so he may not be able to get down a proxy pylon at all in time, and will actually be forced to send out even more probes if he wants to do that kind of a play. And Jig will of course actually have seen that it is going to be the 3 gates down here at the front, so he's got to be thinking that something is a little bit up here, and he is actually adding on 5 roaches here, getting ready just in case it is that kind of a 4 gate attack, which usually is fairly heavy on the stalkers and tends to have a little bit of a transition into blink, though that's usually more applicable on a sort of a 3 gate all-in style build. But those roaches are going to be ever so important against those stalkers if, of course, Seth is going to be going for that sort of a 4 gate style of play. Though only a couple of spores being thrown down at the moment, no spine crawlers, and I think that's might be a little bit of a mistake here from Jig. I mean, he is throwing down the spores so that he can keep an eye on any phoenixes that come in, but of course he has actually sacrificed an overlord here to get that scout off inside the base, so he is going to see those are actually there. So throwing down the spores to defend against the phoenixes here, very smart idea, going to stop that Protoss harass, but he has seen that large number of gates here and has no spine crawlers down yet. But this force could actually just be able to walk in right here if Seth isn't very careful. I mean, for the 5 roaches and a few lings here, and that gap right there. Nice force fields going down though, managing to trap 2 roaches on the inside of the wall, the rest all sectioned off slightly. So Seth actually showing quite a good micro control there, throwing down some pretty good force fields overall. And should be able to clean this up no problem, warping in actually more units to stop those units from being able to get in, which is a pretty smart move at this point. But he really could do with getting a cannon on the low ground here to provide him with some extra defense. But in the meantime, he's also going to be moving around with these phoenixes inside of Jig's base, and this is actually quite a nice play here, as it means he's going to get quite a lot of scouting information. As long as he's careful not to lose too many of them to the spore crawlers, he might also be able to pick up a decent number of overlords and maybe even a few queens. And these overlords here are actually moving a little bit out of the protection range of these 2 spore crawlers, as phoenixes that camp over this side here would actually be able to get on those and do quite a bit of damage, and really could end up supply blocking Jig quite badly. But Seth here, just adding on a few more phoenixes here, getting a decent number of them, and now actually getting a little bit of a transition here onto the robotics bay and adding on all those extra gateways. But if he really wants to support these, he's really going to need to think about moving out and taking a 3rd base sometime soon. But Jig being quite proactive here with his lings on the map, just keeping them in a position where he can stop any kind of move out here from Seth. And I actually really quite like that play here, and actually that's quite a bit of a ling run by there. That clutch force field though, managing to just push some of those out of the way, but a few of those lings are going to be able to get in here and get some really good scouting information off here for Jig, and that's going to be really important in dictating exactly what path he wants to go for. Having seen the robotics bay, he has of course added on the Hydralisk then, especially as well for against the Stargate units. But with Viper and Hydralisk, they're going to be able to pull apart any Immortals or Colossi that come out. And Seth is actually making the transition here into the Immortal-based play. I mean, he has seen quite a few roaches on the field here for Jig. He's got to be thinking maybe it's going to be a lot more to do, a lot more roaches coming in this way. So getting a few Immortals on the field is really going to get him a lot extra beefy defense here against that Protoss army at this time. But both players, again, playing very cautiously at this point in time. I think this is still during the best of 1 stages here, so only one of these players can go on. So they definitely need to be a little bit careful in these games, and not really make too many mistakes here. So definitely playing the slightly more cautious game, being very, very careful in how they play. Seth, though, actually has a little bit of a supply lead at the moment, has a fairly nice force here, and looks like he wants to make a move out here. But that is a lot of sentries here. This is going to mean a lot of force fields, and I mean, if he can subdivide that Zerg army really efficiently, then he's going to be able to do so much damage by really cutting apart its available DPS. I mean, being able to push those Hydralisks as far away as possible from the fight while the roaches are being killed is going to be pretty important. Or even just splitting the Zerg army up and stopping reinforcements from joining as well. And using that quite powerful force here to secure his 3rd base. And with upgrades on the way now, this army is just going to get more and more powerful. Only weapons 1 though, whereas Jig slightly got the upgrade advantage here, is working on weapons 2 for his units there, which with the ranged weapon there, the missile attacks, is going to benefit both the Hydralisk and the Roaches. But Seth here really being very proactive with his limited number of Phoenixes here, getting some good snipes here, and actually supply blocking Jig quite badly. I mean, 123 supply over 112 is not where Jig wants to be right now. He's going to need to add on quite a few more Overlords to stop that from happening even more in the future. And if those Phoenixes do manage to scout this 4th base here, that could potentially be in a lot of danger if Seth decides to apply just a little bit of pressure. But with this Zerg army at the front of his base, that might be a little bit hard to do at this point in time. And he could definitely use, think about adding on some Colossi to his composition, as these Hydralisk, of course, light units absolutely melt under the force of those Colossi. But it looks actually like Jig's going to try and get a little bit of a flank on while that Protoss army is actually out of position. That's actually a pretty smart move here. I mean, he does force the cancel on one of those gates, but a few force fields thrown down, I'm going to force that army to back out slightly. But he did manage to force the cancel there on a couple of those gates, and by Seth, and force Seth really to pull his army back around from the front. So we're going to see, probably see a little bit of a dancing match at the moment, while both these players really try and vie for good positioning here. As this fight with these unit compositions is really going to come down to who's got the better positioning. Jig really wants to try and get those Protoss units caught in that bottleneck without being caught in a bottleneck himself, as with that number of Stalkers it's going to do quite a lot of damage. But this is a lot of Hydralisks now for Jig. He could definitely do a lot of damage with these, especially as they do have those weapons too right now, 14 damage per Hydralisk. And if he decides to get the Grooved Spines upgrade as well, then he is of course going to have that increased range, and those are going to be able to kick out even more and more damage. But these Phoenixes just managing to continually be a pain here for Jig. Does manage to snipe out another Queen, and he really is being very active with them. Only these two on the field at the moment that I can see though, and both these now very low HP, so going to be running out of usefulness reasonably soon. But Jig now on that 194 supply definitely wants to make something happen fairly soon. He has now taken that supply lead over Seth, and is probably going to be looking at trying to apply some pressure sometime soon, try and cut down some of those Protoss units and start resupplying with more and more units of his own. He does have the Vipers on the way, ready to deal with those Colossi, as those Colossi with the extended thermal lances, if you can't get up close and personal with them, with those force fields to protect them, are going to do a lot of damage to that kind of a Zerg composition here. So until those Vipers actually reach this army, Jig gonna have to play a little bit careful. Still moving around though, still trying to keep Seth pulled out of position and try and force his army over around the place. Trying to look really maneuvering to try and find a little bit of advantage here. But it looks like Seth himself actually wants to make a little bit of a move out. I think he's fairly confident in how strong his force is. He does have a good number of sentries on the field, and if he can force field effectively, then he is going to be able to do a lot of damage to that Zerg force. Though he is catching up on supply, almost equal supply now, and we should soon see a big fight here, looking like these armies are getting into position. Seth wanting to really apply pressure to this 4th base here, but does get forced to pull back, and the Vipers get some very nice grabs there on those Colossi, taking out both of them almost instantly. Those force fields though from Seth do manage to force the Jig to pull back his Zerg units ever so slightly to try and get that little bit of extra positioning. And actually a really good engagement here for Seth. I mean, he did lose the 2 Colossi, and those are expensive units, but his force field positioning really allowing to keep a good chunk of his army alive, though he did drop down to 150 supply here, and will be forced to back up and regroup before getting ready to move out again. But is using this as a good opportunity to actually secure a 4th base, and that's actually a fairly smart move. But it looks like Jig is going to actually try and force in here, and will be able to pressure that and stop that from going down. And fortunately there for Seth, he does manage to get the cancel off just in time. But unfortunately not being able to take that 4th base, as that Zerg army wasn't quite as out of position as he perhaps expected it to be. And Jig really does now have a really nice supply advantage over Seth, and does have that extra economy right there. And showing absolutely brilliant control there with his Vipers, microing once again, pulling those Colossi straight in. That one on the high ground, pulled straight down and instantly destroyed. And this is looking like a more and more dire position here for Seth. He's really got to take this engagement carefully. His Zergling's going to be coming in from the back though with that Warp Pin, going to do quite a bit of damage here, but losing so many units, and there go the GGs, and Jig will advance on to the next round here. Absolutely great gameplay here from both these players on Phoenix Cluster. Hopefully you enjoyed that game, and we'll be coming back to you in just a few moments with the next game. In the interim time, please make sure that you go have a look at the brackets that are on Zeek, and hopefully you're enjoying the tournament, and we'll be with you with another game in just a few moments.
down every second. You're feeling the rhythm. Break it down to the second. And you're feeling the rhythm. And you're feeling the rhythm. Come alive. Come alive. Feel it, the sun is dying, crystallized from the inside out. As the moon comes in with the cold inferno, paralyzed by the touch of your sound. In a world unfrozen, kept alive by the heat of the night and the warmth it blows in. It's our souls like a beam of light. Come alive.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, bringing you another game here on DF Phoenix Cluster, this time between our Protoss in red, Masters level player Epic on the north side here, versus our Zerg in blue, Stompy's Gain green down here on the south side. Now, we have just seen a fairly good Protoss versus Zerg on DF Phoenix Cluster here, so hopefully that'll be a sort of like a repeat of the last game, as that previous game was pretty well played on both sides with some interesting engagements and absolutely fantastic Viper shots there to pull those Colossi in over the edge. So hopefully we'll see something just as fun in this game, which would be really cool to look out for. Though, of course, once again, this is only a best of one round here, so only one of these players will make it through to the next round, which would be the round of 16. Of course, these are the round of 32 games here at this point in time. But Zerg versus Protoss on this map did seem quite fun in the previous game, and it is a fairly new map, I think, for a lot of players here who have never played it before, but it does add a little bit of spice to the tournament map pool, so both players are probably going to be a little bit unsure of exactly how they want to play these particular games out here, and exactly what styles of play they should be using. We are looking like it's going to be another gateway expansion here for Protoss, as Epic is throwing down that £1 and the 1 gateway inside of his base there before moving out to start his scouting. And it is actually going to be another pull before hatch for Stompy's Gain green here. So hopefully we'll actually see a little bit of like early aggressive play. I mean, in these best of one matchups, a lot of players are electing to play very cautiously and very safely, as of course they are aware that they can't really afford to take the risks. They wanted to play it as safely and as efficiently as possible, but it would be nice to see some very early, very aggressive play here from one of these two players. Though spawning pool finishing up now, hatchery on the low ground now for Gain Green here, and Epic is just focusing on probing up at the moment. Has taken that first gas, so we'll probably see the cybernetics core come down very soon. In fact, that's just going to be placed now. Actually walling in the natural ramp here, which is a very interesting choice, but that drone is going to be able to get on in through that little gap there that's been left for the Zealot. I'm going to have a little bit of a nice scout around inside of that base, do a little bit of denial of the gas as well by taking that extractor early on. But yeah, it would definitely be nice to see a little bit more aggressive play from the players in these rounds of one to really try and force those early victories. But I can certainly understand all the players wanting to play as safely as possible, make sure that they are able to keep an eye on exactly what's going on and playing cautiously and to the best of their abilities. But Gangrene here does actually have a few Zerglings on the way across the map now. Pylon on the low ground though for Epic, looking like he's getting ready to wall off there, and the first Zealot is already out, but still no Mothership Core. I mean, he's got the Cybernetics Core up, but no Mothership Core on the way yet, and that Zealot's going to have a little bit of fun trying to harass that Extractor back down. Gangrene actually getting the cancel and rebuild off there. Very useful for doing a little bit of early gas denial here, stopping the Protoss player from being able to get those early gas dependent units. And actually going to try and snipe this pylon at the low ground, and that's pretty big. I mean, if you can kill that pylon before that gateway finishes, you will force the cancel on that building automatically. And Epic actually adding on another gateway, despite the fact that pylon's gone down, and these will actually finish with no power. I mean, finishing these off at this point is actually a little bit daft. Does get the cancel on the second one, but he's not cancelled the first one there. And I feel like that might be a little bit of a mistake, but it looks like he's going to get the Zealot and the Sentry down in time to defend that. Trying to move the Zealot into position to force field, but not quite getting it in time. Gangrene here actually getting those Lings right inside of his opponent's base straight away there. Going to get another scout off, see the two extra gateways, maybe get another pylon here, and this could be a pretty big victory, as Epic is currently supply blocked by losing that pylon from the low ground. So does need to get some extra pylons up as quickly as possible, and these Lings are going to be able to do a nice little bit of harassment here at this point in time. Whether or not Gangrene actually decides to follow up on this is a different kettle of fish. I mean, he may have to obviously think about transitioning into something else, or he may decide to just really pile on the Ling pressure in the early game, as there is still no Zealot in this wall off here, and there is still nothing in this wall off here either, so the opportunity for a few more run by potentials here. But the Extractor really helping to delay that Zealot there for quite a long time, as it's really focusing on getting that down, and it really needs to be at the front helping to deal with these Lings that have now got speed finished, and they're going to pick off a few probes here. So Gangrene really being very aggressive with this Ling play, and he is taking a third base behind this, teching up and adding on more Lings. And that's actually put Epic at a little bit of a disadvantage here. Gangrene now has almost a 20 supply lead here. Did manage to kill 4 workers and 4 units as well, and managed to delay the extra gateways for quite a while. And that supply block had to have hurt Epic there. But with more Lings on the way and very little tech actually out for Epic at this point in time, we could see quite a strong pressure attack here from Gangrene, especially if he decides to come in through this side path where the destructible rocks are. As Epic actually does have nothing there at the moment to defend that, and is actually moving his units out to away from his wall. Now that's a little bit of a dangerous position here. If those Lings can get a nice run by, then they could slip right on through that gap, and Epic does need to be a little bit careful about that. I mean, he really can't afford to lose any more workers at this point. He's already been put a little bit behind here, currently only on 33 harvesters to 43 for Gangrene, and you can see the economics there are really going to start heavily tipping in favour of Gangrene as his third base starts getting up and running as well. But with those units actually moving out the way, it looks like there's going to be a little bit of an attempted Ling run by here, but fortunately Epic is able to get the one Zealot in there just in time to prevent that. And these Lings are actually going to come back now and try and have a little bit of a poke at this force here for Epic before moving back out and around the side. And Epic really going to try and take the pressure back now against Gangrene. He's got a lot of warping of Zealots here, and could possibly apply quite a lot of pressure here on the third base and also on that natural base, setting up another forward pylon as well to really keep those warpins on the way. And that is really quite a lot of Zealots at this point in time. No upgrades though, and with the roaches coming out now for Gangrene, this push is suddenly going to get a lot harder. And that pylon actually being destroyed before it can finish there, or even before it can be cancelled. So Gangrene can definitely sort of like play a little bit defensively now, wait till he gets a few extra roaches out, and then start going to town on those Zealots. As without charge, of course, they're not going to be able to engage very quickly, and can just simply be kited backwards. Stutter stepping could do quite a lot here. But the players actually just really kind of like focusing less on the individual engagement micro here. I mean, Epic throwing down some pretty nice force fields there, actually separating quite a lot of the roaches out of that bundle and leaving a good number of them trapped. And this is actually turning into quite a good engagement here for Epic. If he can whittle down those roach numbers substantially and keep his warpings up at the same time, then he is going to be able to pick off quite a lot of units here and do quite a bit of damage. He is still quite far behind in supply though, and at this point Gangrene does have the much stronger economy, so if he can hold this, he's going to come away from this in a really good position here. Moving the Queen in this position, actually does get a bit of a transfuse off on one of those roaches, managing to save its life there. And Gangrene actually managing to push Epic back here away from those bases. And it's definitely going to be a case where Epic has to be a little bit careful now. Sending the Zealots there off to the third does manage to buy his army a little bit of time to back up. And he could get another couple of rounds of Warpins here while he is waiting. But no additional tech on the way for Epic. He's really committing here to this sort of an all-in. He's on 2 bases, he's not adding any tech, and he throws out the GGs. And that game will indeed go to Stompy's Gangrene, as he will advance now onto the next round, which will be the round of 16 at this point. So congratulations there to Stompy's Gangrene. Bad luck there to Epic, who did try a very nice pressure there, but Gangrene just able to hold on to it for a little bit too long. We'll be back soon with another game, but in the interim time I have some more tunes.
Crystallize from the inside out as the moon comes in with the gold inferno. Paralyzed by the touch of your sound in a world of frozen. Kept alive by the heat of the night and the warmth it moves in. It's our souls like a beam of light. as I stare the sun in the face. I can feel its warm embrace and arise, and arise, and arise up. Staying out over the sea, I feel the waves wash over me. The tide falls back and it renders me clean. As the sun shines down, it's like a dream. I give my problems yesterday, 'cause if I don't, they'll surely stay. The hands of the clock, they never slow, but at least I know just where to go. Keys in the ignition and I hear the motor start. I'm on a mission to
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, bringing you our first best of 3 series here between our Terran here, Hawaiian Style in red on DF Illumination versus his opponent TKS Jig, our Zerg in orange. This is actually the first match of our best of 3 rounds, which is the round of 16 onwards. So good luck to both these players who we need to win 2 games to advance on to the next portion of the tournament. And this is actually another new map as well. This is on DF Illumination. A very interesting style map, kind of very reminiscent of Daybreak, but with a few interesting more attack paths here, and without the open airspace in the middle. But again, looks like a good number of easily takeable expansions. Got the nice natural there, and some interesting attack path opportunities as well throughout this game. Though it does look like this could actually favour a lot of Terran drop style play for this first matchup, so we'll have to see how these two players do. Hawaiian Style actually Masters on NA versus Jig, who is currently Grandmasters on A, so big congratulations to Jig for making it to Grandmasters this early on in the season so far, and hopefully he'll do fairly well over the course of it all in all. But Hawaiian Style going for a very typical Terran opening here against Zerg, getting down that early barracks here, looking like he wants to go for the wall in rather than the slightly greedier build that I've actually been seeing a lot more Terrans using at the moment, which is the CC first, which tends to only die if your opponent has a tendency to temple you or even 6-pull you, which you tend not to see many Zergs do on ladder games. But Jig, playing standard to the meta here of Zerg against Terran, does have that first expansion down there, going for the early hatchery, and we'll soon see the spawning pool follow up here. The real question for me though at the moment is whether or not Hawaiian Style here will actually go more into the bio sort of style play, or whether he'll like to go for the mech style play. As I've noticed lately, the mech seems to have fallen out of style against Zerg. Of course, back in Wings of Liberty, siege tanks and Hellions with Vikings very strong in that TVZ matchup. But a lot of players now focusing more and more on the sort of bio style play with the new medevacs with their drop with their speed boost ability, means that they can drop a lot more effectively and a lot quicker. And simply the only mech really being mixed in, of course, being the Hellbats, as they do benefit from that medevac heal. But we do have a couple of Reapers on the way here for Hawaiian Style, looking like he wants to apply a little bit of early pressure onto Jig, maybe even snipe a few drone kills, which would be pretty useful at this point. Try and delay a little bit of the Zerg economy as much as possible, as once those queens start popping out, once that spawning pool finishes, Jig is really going to kind of be able to explode ahead in terms of his economic production. So Hawaiian Style really wanting to apply just a little bit of pressure here with these Reapers. If you can get a few kills, get some good scouting information off, and even more so if he can keep them alive, then he will be onto a little bit of a winner with those. But that Reaper jumping up into the main now. 4 Lings already on the way though, so those are going to very quickly get on that Reaper. Hawaiian Style going to need to be a little bit careful, make sure that Reaper doesn't get surrounded. Does manage to pick off the 1 drone straight away, but with more and more Lings coming, this attack will be pretty short-lived. Especially once those queens pop out, it's going to be a lot harder for this attack to be able to really do too much damage without some really exceptional micro. Or without at least 4 or 5 more Reapers. 6 Reapers, of course, being able to easily take out a Queen with almost no problem. But actually finding a nice jump-up location into the main here, and really going for a bit of a scout, while he is adding on a factory back at home. and again looking to just really harass these drones and cause as much damage to Jig's early economy as he can. Does lose the one Reaper though, and that is a little bit of a costly mistake, but behind this he's able to get his own expansion down fairly easily, and is going to swap over the barracks and the factory very quickly, so he's going to be able to get those reacted Hellions out pretty early on. So we'll probably see the reacted Hellions straight away, and it wouldn't surprise me to see an armory being thrown down very soon after this, and start getting, of course, the Hellbats out there to really deal with that early Zergling sort of pressure there. And a couple of good Hellbat drops could do a fair amount of damage to Jig economically as well. Both players though playing fairly standard at the moment. The low ground expansion here for Hawaiian style getting turned into that OC, and 2 Hellions now out on the field. 2 more should be following them fairly soon. 6 seems to be a good number of Hellions for Terran at the moment in TVZ, as it does give them quite a lot of map presence and does let them get a lot of damage off on those early game drones before too many defenses are actually put in place. But Jig getting ready for the inevitable follow-up there for the Reaper opening is throwing down a Spine Crawler just in case. Of course, when you do see that Reaper opening, it does mean that Terran has taken that early gas, which does mean the factory will be coming down a lot quicker than usual. So it's a good move here for Zergs to get really ready for that early that early Hellion harass by getting the Spine Crawlers into position along with a couple of Queens. But these Hellions could actually get a decent run by here as long as Hawaiian style is careful with his micro here. But it looks like Jig gonna put a few links on the ramp, really just to hold those Hellions up a little bit, and Hawaiian style actually just using them at the moment to scout and deny a few creep tumor placements here. We do also see the evolution chambers going down here, forming a nice little bit of a wall off here for Jig, but he's actually moved his Spine Crawler there at just the wrong time, and those Hellions are able to get immediately on in, though Jig responding very quickly, pulling drones to try and surround those Hellions as quickly as possible. One Hellion has already gone down, but some more here joining the fray from the base, getting a few really nice drone kills there. The links are down, of course, but 3 Hellions left on the field are going to be able to get a nice amount of economic damage here onto Jig, but those are eventually picked up with some pretty nice micro here. But that was 18 workers killed, and that has managed to put Jig back down below Hawaiian style in terms of supply. And behind this, he's just really nicely securing his base pretty easily. But Jig does have the Spire on the way, getting ready to transition into Mutalisks very early on. I'm going to run a little bit of a fast Mutalist play here. And it wouldn't surprise me to see a very quick transition into sort of like the late game Zerg here at the 10-minute mark, really avoiding those early links to really power through that economy and staying purely on 2 bases at this point in time. I mean, if you're going for a slightly more standard play, you would have pumped more links early on and would have had that 3rd and 4th hatchery on the way by now. So Jig definitely looking to play a very aggressive sort of 2-base style here. So I think he's really looking for these Mutalisk attacks to do quite a lot of damage. He does have a few of them out now. In fact, that's 6 out on the field, and we do have the weapon upgrades already on the way. So hopefully he can do a little bit of damage here. We do have the missile turrets being added on though for Hawaiian style, and a couple of really nice Widowmine hits there do manage to take out 2 of those Mutalisks almost immediately, but there just really aren't enough Marines here at the moment for Hawaiian style, and it looks like these Mutalisks are going to be able to get a nice amount of harass off on this mineral line and stop that missile turret going up for just a little bit longer. Adding on the 3rd expansion behind this has probably been put down a little bit late here, and he doesn't really have the economy to keep powering on the extra Mutalisks that he really wants to at this point in time. So I'd definitely say Hawaiian style maybe have a little bit of an edge at the moment. If he has good control here with his Marines and is able to pick off these Mutalisks with no problems, then he will be in a very strong position. And we'll probably start preparing to move out across the map sometime soon, but he still has this bit of a hole here in his wall-in, and that's a bit dangerous, as Jig could really capitalize on that if he sends a number of Banelings up or a number of Speedlings up, especially with Hawaiian style's army being pulled back into his main here. So he really needs to think about plugging that hole right there before Jig does manage to get some units in that position. Once again though, the Mutalisk harass coming in here, managing to deny the turret for just a little bit longer and picking off a few more workers. I think that's actually evened up the worker kill count. Not quite, only 8 workers killed, but getting ever closer and closer. And it does mean that he has managed to cut Hawaiian style down to just the 49 workers there, managing to overtake him now slightly on that count with his drones. And with the third base already up and running here for Jig, his income is going to get a bit of a boost now, and he can afford to start adding on more and more units. He does have the Baneling down, and with obviously centrifugal hooks on the way, get that Baneling speed underway, and going for a macro hatch as well inside of his main. So looking to start powering on in towards that mid game here, and start powering those attack units. But once again, Mutalisk coming in to harass will probably be able to deny this third base here for Hawaiian Style, doing quite a lot of damage here, but he needs to be careful not to lose them to these Mutalisks. But in the meantime, Hawaiian Style actually applying across the map here, very nice force of Marines, and Jig really just doesn't have all that many Banelings at the moment. He does have them morphing in though, but it depends on whether or not they will actually make a good connection here. If Hawaiian Style is able to get a decent split off before those Banelings hit, then he will be in a good position. Does manage to snipe that Spine Crawler very quickly. And but his units are a little bit clustered here, and he's not paying too much attention to them at this time, so this could turn into a little bit of a disaster once that centrifugal hook's finished. Especially on creep, these Banelings are going to be able to connect really quickly. And Jig adding on more and more units, but Hawaiian Style already getting those +2 upgrades here for his units. Jig's units here still stuck on that 1-1, only just starting the +2 now, and even more units coming in, and some really nice Widowmine connections. They're taking out almost every single Zergling in that pack, unfortunately missing out on the Banelings by inches, but Hawaiian Style needs to be careful with his splits here. Does get some nice splits off, soaking the majority of those Banelings very quickly, very effectively here. But did lose a bit of a chunk of his army, and is going to actually try and pick up and drop inside of that main. And that's a very risky maneuver, especially considering the number of Mulists that are hovering around here. So that medevac will probably be picked up pretty quickly here, and those Marines will be cleaned up fairly efficiently. Jig now taking a bit of a supply lead though, 121 to 93, means he's in a little bit of a better position at this point in time, though a lot of the supply is actually locked up in Zerglings right now. Though with that recent loss of his army, Hawaiian Style actually a little bit behind here. Not all that many Marines out on the field, and those that are have got caught by a very nice Zergling surround here, and are going to have so much damage done to them and be forced to retreat. And that third base once again is going to be put under a lot of pressure, while Hawaiian Style desperately needs to try and push out to prevent that from happening. And he may even be able to force the lift up on this. Does take out quite a few workers there in that distraction. But meanwhile, losing the majority of his links to a good stim timing there by Hawaiian Style, managing to do quite a bit of damage. But now that Jig's forces are all once again grouped back up, he may actually be able to push straight on into the natural here for Hawaiian Style, and that is definitely where he does not want him to be. But Hawaiian Style may end up losing this third, and that would be a big blow right now, as Command Center costs very expensive. That right now is 550 minerals worth of resources right there, but that does go down. And with more and more Ling reinforcements streaming in here, Hawaiian Style definitely in a little bit of a bad position. The Widowmine helping ever so slightly there, causing quite a little bit of damage, but with the Overseer in the region now, that will be picked off as well, pretty sharpish. And Jig taking a fourth base behind this, so he's starting to really just pull ahead here, with Hawaiian Style pushed away from that third base here, and without having a fourth of his own already set up, he's going to be in a little bit of a rougher position here, economically speaking. And that's going to make it a lot harder for him to come back, but he really can't afford to play too defensively right now, as if he lets Jig just take more and more bases across the map, he's going to find it even harder and harder to deal with this next attack. Jig though with a good number of Banelings morphing in, and this looks like it could actually come into being a killer blow here. The supply depots are down, and the Widowmines aren't actually burrowed right now, and that is a little bit of a mistake. Though Jig does manage to snipe that one before moving off and in here. And if those Banelings get good connections now, this Marine army could almost all die. But he's managing to cut them back onto the Widowmines, getting a few good connections there, but just not enough. And with the supply depot wall being down, this is in a bad position there. And Hawaiian Style, they're throwing out the GGs, and first victory going immediately to Jig in this best of 3 series. We're just going to take a short break, and then we'll be back very quickly for the second matchup in this series. So stay tuned.
Take my life and break it apart. My thoughts are passing by and I get lost in the road. I'm running on empty, but I can't seem to stop or slow. Stop or slow. Stay Standing out over the sea, I feel the waves wash over me. The tide falls back and it renders me clean as the sun shines down.
Ladies and gentlemen, bringing you into Game 2 here between Hawaiian Style, our Terran here in red versus TKS's Jig, our Zerg in blue here on WCS America Daybreak. Jig, of course, taking game 1 in decisive fashion on DF Illumination there, being able to really deny Hawaiian Style's third base and cause him so many problems with some pretty nice mutalisc harass there to take game 1. Of course, if he takes this game, he will go on to the next round and Hawaiian Style will drop out. But hopefully Hawaiian Style here going to be able to rally a little bit and pull back to take one game in the series and push it on to that third game for a chance to going on himself here. Daybreak, though, one of my favourite maps, especially for TVZ matchup style play. Very conducive to drop play on this matchup, so it wouldn't surprise me if we see quite a bit of that in this game. Early Widowmine drops can have quite a bit of a devastating effect here. And as long as Terran can control the attack pathways by keeping control of the Zelnaga watchtowers, Hawaiian Style does stand a pretty much fighting chance against Jig here. But Jig already showing a little bit of dominance in this tournament, being able to blaze through quite easily so far, up to this stage, winning obviously every game up till now, as this is the first of the best of 3 rounds. So currently on a little bit of a clean sweep right now. So if he takes this game, then he will stay on that clean sweep. And I'm really hoping that Hawaiian Style manages to at least take one game off him here and force it into that best of 3 full situation. But we are seeing the gas opening here for Hawaiian Style, probably going to be looking to do that same sort of Reaper harass early on again, and Jig already getting that hatchery down. So again, playing very standard to the meta for the Zerg, getting that hatchery before pool, knowing that he's going to be able to deal with that early Reaper harass very quickly. But I feel like Hawaiian Style should really kind of like move away from this Reaper opening for this game, and instead have played for a little bit more of a greedy style, going for the 3CC build that has proven to be quite popular now for Terran against Zerg, as it does give them that early economic staying power to really keep up with everything that Zerg is doing. I mean, 3CCs in the early game by going for that 14CC, 15 barracks, and then obviously the immediate follow-up CC, being able to give them as much economic early power as Zerg has an opportunity to get in that early game. So I feel like Hawaiian Style here actually limiting himself a little bit against Jig, as I mean, pretty obviously Jig going for that very early hatchery again, but Hawaiian Style actually not getting that scout off, so no idea at the moment that that is going on. Can't see anything that's going on inside that Zerg base, so playing I think a style that he's familiar with and knows, and that Reaper is going to at least get him quite a bit of scouting information, provided that he is able to keep it alive. But that with that spawning pool finishing up, those Queens will very soon be on their way, and we'll be able to force those Reapers right out. But the CC going down now for Hawaiian Style, a little bit later here than obviously Jig's first hatchery, which has been well underway for quite a while. Reaper going to come in for a little bit of a poke though, going to see the one gas, and going to be seeing those early speedlings once again for Jig, no doubt. Actually managing to save the drone there by putting it straight onto that extractor for a little bit of a nice play, and throwing down the spore crawler, actually trying to trap that Reaper but against those lings, but unfortunately not quite able to do so. It would have been a nice play if that had worked. But Hawaiian Style quite happily microing this Reaper around, just really focusing on trying to do a little bit of damage. But with the Queen out now, it's going to be in a bit of a rough position, especially if that Queen can snipe it, but not quite able to. It is going to get away there on very little HP, just 15 HP. And with the second Reaper on the way now, these are going to be able to be a little bit of a powerhouse, maybe snipe a few more drones. And behind this, of course, Hawaiian Style already adding on that factory, so we're probably going to be seeing the Hellion opening that he used in the previous game once again. But how effective it'll be at this game, I don't yet know. As Hawaiian says, Jig will probably likely see it coming and have another spine crawler there thrown down in front of his base, just in case of those early incursions. But actually, another command center already on the way here for Hawaiian Style, playing a sort of like a very delayed 3CC, going for obviously for the Hellion expansion here to keep that natural a little bit safer, and then getting a slightly later third command center. But that does actually mean if he gets this up and out reasonably quickly, his third base will actually be up a little bit quicker here than Jig's, and could give him a little bit of an eco lead. But Jig actually getting a little bit of a nice scout here, moving that overload into the base, is going to see the factory there, and is going to be able to see that it is going to be reacted. So we'll start seeing spines going down at the front of that base, and already getting the Roach Warren underway, and looking to get ready to move into that sort of like Roach transition when you see Terran going for that fast Hellion play here. As with too many Hellions on the field, you just know that Hawaiian Style isn't going to have all that many Marauders, which means that an early Roach timing, if he cleans up the Hellions really quickly and pushes out across the map, will do a lot of damage to that Terran base. And actually, these things having a little bit of poke out across the map will see those, but do get caught. And he's going to lose quite a lot of Lings there, so Hawaiian Style being able to do a little bit of damage, moving in with the 2 Reapers and the 4 Hellions. And maybe actually have a good opportunity here to see just how much damage he can do, but there's going to be a little bit of a Ling run by, as Jig does manage to get those quite often out of the way. The Hellions of course chasing in, but not going to quite be able to catch up to those Speedlings. More Hellions on the way as well though. But with 12 Roaches on the way, Hawaiian Style here definitely going to be in a little bit of trouble, as this Roach timing is specifically designed to kind of like punish Terrans who have gone for that very fast sort of Hellion build here, as Hellions do next to no damage against Roaches. So these Roaches are just going to be able to plow on straight into that wall and cause absolute chaos. As Hawaiian Style actually has absolutely no Marauders at the moment, and only that one bunker, which doesn't even have any Marines in it at the moment, only actually putting the 2 Marines in it now. And these 2 Widow Mines are just really not going to be enough to stop these Roaches from being able to do damage. Might get a decent amount of splash damage off on them, but if Jig is careful about managing this army, he will be able to cause absolute chaos here for Hawaiian Style, who is very quickly repositioning his Widow Mines. In fact, we may even see Jig move in some of the Zerglings first to try and bait those Widow Mines out. Already morphing in Banelings though, really doesn't want to lose those Banelings to the Widow Mines. There's one good Widow Mine connection there onto those Banelings could really sort of delay that entire attack. But those have spawned out successfully, have managed to push their Hellions out to the side, and this is going to be a Baneling goes right to the front door. And with only 1 Marauder out here for Hawaiian Style, he is in a lot of trouble right now. His supply down to 45, his bunker taken out by those Banelings very quickly, and these Roaches really just going to be able to keep on applying lots and lots of pressure, and Hawaiian Style are going to really be forced to try and hold ground on the high here with his Marauder. But whether or not he can save this remains to be seen. Actually pulling the SCVs to do a little bit of damage here, try and tank for that Marauder. But I just think this is going to be a little bit too late now. Jig so far ahead right now, 75 supply to 40 here for Hawaiian Style, who is desperately muling here, trying to get that extra economy, trying to get those extra units out. But it is looking like Jig is going to be all over him here as more and more units stream in, all those extra Lings coming in now. And Hawaiian Style definitely in a little bit of a bad position. Going to need some absolutely superb micro at this point to really finish them off. Of course, he can move his 2nd command center over to his 3rd base location and move this command center down to his natural to buy himself a little bit of time here. But this looks like it's about to be all over, as Jig is absolutely decimating Hawaiian Style here, down to 24 supply, but Jig on 46. Those Marines though actually doing quite a lot of work with those SCVs there to tank the damage for them, but so many workers lost here. 35 worker kills there for Jig. So Hawaiian Style, while he might have held that economy, is definitely in a really rough position right now. And Jig's follow-up attack is going to probably be absolutely lethal, getting the 3rd hatchery as well on the back of that. More Lings on the way, going to stream in here, and the more damage that they can do to the economy right now, simply the better. But Hawaiian Style actually got quite a lot of Marines here, going to be able to pump them out quite quickly. And they are going to do quite a bit of damage to those Lings. Jig not quite having enough, and actually Hawaiian Style making a fairly strong stand here by adding on those extra barracks very quickly and getting out a large number of Marines. And that could actually be quite a little bit of a formidable force as long as he's careful with it. But he does have to bear in mind, of course, that Jig does have those Banelings and can do a lot of damage with them. And if he gets a couple of good connections on that army, then Hawaiian Style is simply going to be punched straight out here. More and more units on the way for both players though, and Hawaiian Style may actually have to take a little bit of a risk with this command center here and move it over to the 3rd location to start it mining as soon as possible, using it at the moment though to really pump his SCV production, trying to get as many out as quickly as possible. And Hawaiian Style actually going for a little bit of a counterattack here, going to try and get this 3rd base here for Jig, and will likely be able to do so, but unaware of the units that are going to be coming straight into his natural once again. And that is a really nice links around here, and you're going to get those Baneling connections and do so much damage to those groups of Marines here. And once again, Hawaiian Style cut down to 28 supply. Jig once again on 69. And this is looking very precarious here for Hawaiian Style. He's going to have to be so careful about his base defense. Though I really am thinking if he adds on a tech lab to this factory here and gets out a siege tank on the high ground, it's really going to benefit him quite a lot at this point. But more Banelings are going to be morphed in, going to try and knock down that bunker again. Wall absolutely non-existent here for Hawaii Style, and he is definitely struggling to hold on at this point. Whether or not Jig waits for his extra units to arrive, though, will remain to be seen. Whether he's waiting for those extra links to stream in over the field, but it actually looks like he's not. He's going to march the Banelings straight on past the bunker there, looking to try and get the connections. Gets some really nice hits there with those Banelings, absolutely brutalizing that Marine force. And if he can kill that Marine army there, this position is just going to get worse and worse here for Hawaii Style, as these Banelings' speed has just finished, marching up into the main, getting some really nice connections there, and Hawaiian Style throwing out the GGs, giving TKS's Jig the second game here, meaning he wins that best of 3 series and will advance on to the next round with absolutely no problems. Well played to both these players. Bad luck Hawaiian Style, you played an absolutely epic defense in that second game, and congratulations to TKS Jig for going through to the next round. Either way, we will be back shortly for the next game as soon as we sort that one out. And in the meantime, enjoy some more music.
It's like a dream. I give my problems yesterday. 'Cause if I don't, they'll surely stay. The hands of the clock, they never slow. But at least I know just where to go.
Just to give a little bit of a bracket update as we are getting closer and closer to those quarterfinal matches now, this is where we currently stand. Krimlon and I believe will be the first set of quarterfinalists that we have. We also have Odemai Groin, who is currently waiting on the winner of the match, which of course it was KS Jig, so that one has been confirmed. We also will have Ham Sandwich versus the winner between Lunars and LG's Jason, and just waiting on the matches between Froz and LGS LS Eba and FXO's Jim Rising versus Oh My Anwes to determine who will be going through into those quarterfinal placements. So we are almost in that quarterfinal stages now, moving very soon into those. Then of course it will be the semi-finals. Of course any player that does reach the semi-final stage will go away with a prize today, as the third and fourth place players will both get $10 each. Second place will be getting the $30, and first place will be getting $100 from this tournament. But while we're just waiting for the next matches to be sorted out and ready, enjoy some more of Approaching Nirvana that's being used on the stream right now. So hopefully you guys are enjoying the tunes, hopefully you guys are also enjoying the tournament so far, and we'll be back soon with some more games. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for our first Grandmaster matchup here that we will be streaming today as we move into our first quarterfinals games here in a ZVZ between two absolutely fantastic players, which would be TKS's Jig versus OMI's Ow My Groin on Aquilon Wastes. So here we are on the south side here of Aquilon Waste with TKS Jig, our Zerg in orange, versus Ow My Groin, our Zerg in green up on the top side. ZVZ, very interesting matchup currently, especially since the Heart of Swarm release here is, I mean, it seems to kind of like focusing more and more on that Ling Muta gameplay, but there have been some interesting games played by some players where they've really kind of focused on getting the Swarm hosts out early to do some nice base sieging here, and there are still some really nice timing opportunities with obviously Roaches and Hydralisks. But I'm definitely expecting to see a Mutalisk war here between these two players. Whichever player gets the better Mutalisk count faster and can do the economic damage necessary to really start piling on all that extra pressure is going to really make a bit of a difference, I feel, in this particular matchup. But of course, it is going to be a best of 3 as well, so we'll have to see how these do. So far, TKS Jig not actually dropped a match throughout this tournament. I'm not quite sure how Ow My Groin has been doing so far throughout the tournament, but I know for a fact that TKS Jig, of course, has not yet dropped a single map. So hopefully this will be a pretty epic game. Hopefully Jig is going to be able to complete his spree there. But if Ow My Groin can at least take one map off him, or even beat him in this point in time, it would be a pretty fun game to watch here. And actually, interestingly enough, we do see Ow My Groin going for the very fast hatchery here, whereas Jig is electing to go for the spawning pool first. And of course, he has gone that early gas, which means we are probably going to see some very fast speedlings here. So Jig may be looking to apply some very early pressure straight away in that early game, trying to get that first win secured, which is going to make his second game a lot more pressure-free, as he's not going to have to worry so much about being a game behind. And could actually put a little bit of downer on Ow My Groin here, depending on exactly how this goes. Sorry, Ow My Groin there getting the early spawning pool. So overall, it looks like it's going to be a very interesting matchup. I mean, with that early gas for those. With that early gas, I mean, he has stopped at the 100, so it is definitely going to be the early speed here for Ow My Groin, and it's going to be really interesting to see whether or not he actually does elect to really go for that kind of very fast Ling attack. I mean, we will probably see some Lings being started to morph in very soon. He does actually, he is currently still droning up, but this hatchery of his is a lot later in comparison to Jig's here, so he could be in a few problems if he's not really too careful about how that really works out for him. Of course, Jig's going to be able to get a little bit of an upper lead in terms of economic advantage by having that hatchery down quicker. He's going to be able to produce more units faster as well, and with his pool now out and speed on the way, only marginally behind in all fairness in comparison to Ow My Groins. So not doing too badly at the moment. Though he does have a nice little drone here, doing a little bit of breakdancing here, probably waiting until he gets the right gas count to go for that Baneling nest, and that has been immediately placed there as soon as that was hit. So it looks like Jig is going to be going for the early Banelings here, but Ow My Groin definitely playing a slightly more aggressive game, trying to get that faster speed out, and really try and apply a little bit of pressure early on with those Lings. So we are seeing a little bit of a Ling attack here, as that has gone into the base, but it looks like Ow My Groin getting ready to move out here. He has got a lot of Lings on the field right now, and speed is going to hit very soon here, and those are going to be across the field very quickly. His own Baneling nest going down as well, but at this point in time, Jig actually only got 4 Lings on the field to deal with this incoming force, and that is just not enough. He does have 16 morphing in though, which is going to make a big difference right now, but it depends on whether or not they can get out in time before these Lings get the opportunity to do just a little bit too much damage. But that slightly faster Baneling nest means he will have the Banelings available, which will really help him to defend this, though speed has now hit for, of course, both players, and these Lings are all going to be forced to retreat at this time. Actually, really nice positioning there on the Queen for Jig, wedging it into the spot so it can't get surrounded and picked apart very quickly. And it looks like Jig actually wanted to make a little bit of a counterattack of his own into Ow My Groin's base. Actually going to sit back outside now and morph in a few Banelings, try and do a little bit of damage of his own in retaliation. But the biggest question on my mind is which one of these players is going to tech off to that lair first. and go for the Spire. Though we do see the Roach Warren going down here for Jig. Actually, a very interesting choice going for those early game Roaches. Not so sure if it's the most sensible of moves, as of course going for the early Spire may have better payoffs. For him moving into the mid game, as of course it means he can get his Mutalisk count quicker, as of course he had a second base quicker, which means it'll also be easier to throw down a third hatchery as well. But both these players definitely playing a very sort of standard style at the moment, going for that sort of Ling Baneling style, though the early split off between the two of them is certainly interesting to note there. At the moment though, Almagrown does actually have a slight lead in terms of overall units, does have a few more workers down on the field as well, so economically a little bit ahead here at the moment of Jig. But Jig got a lot of roaches on the way, actually looking like he wants to execute a bit of a roach timing attack here and try and get a lot of damage done in this early stages of the game. As I mean, with that number of roaches coming out now, that is going to be quite a nasty force, especially with the follow-up here and with the Banelings as well to support. I mean, if you can land the Baneling hits against Almagrown's Ling army, then of course those Lings aren't going to be able to do any damage at all to these Roaches, which will be able to pick up probably more than a few worker kills, maybe even snipe a couple of those Queens. So Almagrown definitely going to have to play a little bit defensively here, needs to be very careful with his Lings, can't afford to lose too many of them to these Banelings now. Though Jig actually sending his own Lings in first, trying to snipe out Almagrown's own Banelings with some well-placed Lings. Some well-placed Lings there to pick those up, but that is actually quite a nice Spine Claw defense here at the front. But this number of Roaches is still really quite high here, and with more Banelings streaming in here, Almagrown is looking in a little bit of a dangerous position right now. Got his own Roaches on the way though, but it's just really not going to be enough to combat the number of Roaches that Jig already has over on his side of the field. And Jig already managing to snipe out that one Queen there, and Almagrown looking like he's going to have to be forced to pull drones here to help clean up this attack. And that is really going to cause him a lot of problems economically. It's going to set him quite far behind, and he needs to get these extra Roaches out, but he does throw down the GGs there. So that first game there going straight away to TKS's Jig, who has still not dropped a single match this tournament. Well played to both players, and we'll be back in just a moment for the second game in this best of 3 series. And jumping straight into game 2 here between Ow My Groin and TKS Jig is going to be on Belshare Vestige. Ow My Groin here are Zerg in green down here on the south side of Belshare Vestige versus TKS Jig are Zerg in orange up on the north side. And so far TKS Jig absolutely rolling over Ow My Groin in that early game, in that first game, with very nice roach timing attack with that Baneling, using the Banelings very effectively to kill off his opponent's Zerglings, and still not having dropped a single map so far this tournament. Looking forward to what should be a very interesting ZVZ on Belshare Vestige here, as Ow My Groin needs to take at least one win here to be able to advance on, to take it to at least a third game, whereas if Jig wins here, he is going to go straight into the semi-finals, I believe. So looking forward to what should be another pretty fantastic game, and maybe another a little bit faster, more furious paced game, as Ow My Groin really needs to get something on the go here to try and put his opponent on the back foot. And we once again see that very early gas here for Ow My Groin, and probably going to be the spawning pool follow up immediately afterwards as well, so going for that very fast speedling style that he used in the previous game. And in fact, there goes the spawning pool now, and actually TKS Jig taking a little bit of a leaf out of his book here and getting his own spawning pool very quickly as well. So going pool before hatch here, though no gas yet for Jig, so it's looking like he's going to play a little bit more standard and simply be going for the pool before hatch rather than the very early speed here. Which says a lot about the style of both these players. It means he's going to be able to get the queens out to defend against those early lings, but isn't overcommitting to getting speed that quickly and delaying that second hatchery, meaning he's going to have a little bit of a stronger economy than Ow My Groin moving into the mid game, who of course needs to bank up a few more minerals before being able to even get down his extra hatchery. But at this point, of course, both players, the previous game, used very much a Ling, Baneling, Roach sort of style of play, rather than the usual standard that you see in ZVZ, which tends to be Ling, Baneling, and then straight into fast Mutalisk. But still, no second hatchery actually for Ow My Groin, so he's definitely looking to play a little bit more of a vicious game at the moment. Has got that early speed underway though, and has actually cut his units off of gas, of course. And getting those lings out now, he'll probably be looking to push out across the map reasonably soon as he gets his next lot of lings out and on the way. Using this attack as an opportunity to be able to take his own natural expansion. But it looks like Jig got a decent number of lings out at the front of his own, got those 4 out there, and will be having the queens moved into position, ready to deal with that early ling pressure that Ow My Groin is really liking to do in these games. So both players looking like they're going to follow very similar build patterns to the previous game, looking to, in the case of Ow My Groin, looking to apply that early sort of pressure, and in the case of Jig, looking to take that early expansion and then tech very swiftly into perhaps Banelings, and then moving back on into Roaches after that. And Ow My Groin's first attack here, going to hit into the natural there of Jig, who does already have the Spinecrawler, actually anticipating the exact same thing again, so he's going to get that in position and ready. And it looks like Ow My Groin's not going to be able to really do much with this attack. It's going to force him to stay at bay a bit, as that Spinecrawler will be able to pretty much instantly pick off most of these Zerglings one by one. And with the queen on the low ground as well now, and can stand between the Spinecrawler obviously and the hatchery, there's these lings aren't really going to do much except for maybe delay the adding on of the extra drones there for mining time. But Ow My Groin actually got a little bit of a supply lead at the moment. I believe most of that is actually invested into his lings at the moment. But he does actually have a reasonable number of drones actually at 22 to 19, so he does have a little bit of a supply lead there in terms of income, but that is not going to last for long now that this base for Jig is pretty much secured. He's going to be able to get the drones out very quickly there, and already has the Baneling Nest on the way. Both players actually getting their Baneling Nest at a very similar time, so the only really difference at the moment is the fact here that Ow My Groin's speed came out a lot quicker here than Jig's. Jig just being able to manage what his opponent's been doing very efficiently and not let them do all that much damage. So really looking to keep him in that sort of a position while he waits for his own speed to finish. So not letting himself get too far behind at all. Almagro though definitely needs to take a win in this game. It would be nice to see this go on to a third game in this best of 3 series to see which one these two will go through, but it's looking a little bit dicey against Jake. I mean, Jake showing already that he's a very strong player across all the matchups that he's had so far, being able to dominate pretty much with ease, not having dropped a map yet, and if he can take this one, his undefeated streak will continue so far. And he is actually managing to stay pretty much on par with his opponent in terms of supply, managing to keep up, and already getting that Roach Warren down again, so looking like he wants to go for that very fast Roach transition. Sorry, how am I going there? Going for that fast Roach Warren here, so going for a very early Roach transition here in the early game. So we'll have to see where that pays off for him, of course, because Jig did it in the previous game and was able to put on a lot of pressure straight away. As he had an absolute couple of devastating follow-up attacks. But this time around he's got a lot of his lings and banelings, but no roaches yet out on the field. And actually moving down here, looking like he wants to apply a little bit of pressure of his own. This is quite a nice creep tray, nice little Zerg train here at the moment. And he will likely morph in more banelings as he gets close to that natural. So how much damage he can actually apply here right now is going to be really key, because he really can't afford to lose too many links to those banelings. He can't let those banelings get good connections, but he is actually trying to get a nice little bit of micro around and try and snipe those banelings out. Looking like he wants to try and go for the queen. With his own banelings coming in now, they're going to be able to cause a lot of damage if they can connect with those workers who have actually all balled up into a little bit of a pack, but they are actually going to focus on knocking down those spine crawlers and moving down here now. Going to try and pick off those drones. This could be a pretty couple of nice hits there, but actually Almagro being very efficient there, moving his drones around and making sure that they are spread out quite nicely. But TKS Jig really applying a lot of pressure with this attack, and has got more than a few worker kills here, and looks like he wants to just apply even more pressure as he has got some extra links on the way. He does have some extra banelings there now as well. But Almagro's roach numbers just getting a little bit high at the moment. But that is a nice number of worker kills. 7 worker kills here for Jig against Almagro. So that's going to put Almagro back just a little bit and give Jig a chance to start working on his own roach count here, which at the moment is substantially behind, as Almagro is up to 12 roach out on the field. So these Ling run by attacks aren't really going to be able to do much more damage at this point in time. So Jig definitely needs to sort of like hold that army in place and start really building up his own roach count as quickly as possible before moving into his later game tech choices. He does have his lair on the way, of course, so we may even see Hydralisks with these roaches, or perhaps just a straight up tech switch into getting the Mulisks out as quickly as possible. So going Roach Muter could be very effective in this game. But he is going to get try and get a little bit of a run by there, getting some more Banelings in here, and trying to just really snipe a few more worker kills. But Almagro's defensive Banelings and Roaches on the ramp there, being able to stop any of that from being able to go through at all. So Almagro actually taking quite a bit of a supply lead at the moment. I mean, 88 to Jig's 68. But Jig already looking to take his third base here at the same time as Almagro. So both these players playing a very similar style, but I'd definitely say that Almagro has a little bit of a lead at the moment with his slightly superior roach count, though Jig's roaches are now on the way. Whether or not he decides to push out with the map with these, it remains yet to be seen, as of course it's going to be a lot easier for Almagro to be able to resupply and defend his bases than it will be for Jig. But it looks like he's going to have a little bit of a scout actually with his remaining links here. And if he can see that third base, it's going to be a lot of knowledge for him there, as he's going to know exactly that Almagro's economy is pretty much on par with his, and he's going to be able to see that he's managing to stay even at this point in time. And having actually seen those roaches move out here, I think he caught just a tail edge glimpse of that army as it went by. He's going to know that that army is now incoming, and will likely be placing a few more spine crawlers down, actually pulling his roaches back here, getting them ready and in position in case of that roach army coming up the front there. Meanwhile, his lings left down on the south side here are actually going to go to town on this hatchery. May even be able to force the cancel here, which would be a bit of a victory here for Jig, and would allow him to get quite ahead in terms of economy. But Almagro's roach numbers here looking pretty strong. The spine claw there for defense. The Queen getting a very nice transfuse on that. Managed to keep it alive for a little bit longer, but it's not going to be quite enough. But Almagro needs to be a little bit careful here, as of course he is pushing in onto Jig's territory here, and Jig of course can reinforce from the hatcheries that he actually has there. So his roach numbers are going to keep going up, whereas Almagro's got to wait for his reinforcements to get across the map. And while they are arriving now, they do need to be careful how they stream in, and of course Jig actually pulling some drones here to do a little bit of extra damage to that roach force there. Going to be able to provide an extra little bit of DPS, which is going to help out that force of his quite substantially. But this is actually turning into quite a close fight actually. Almagro's still got a substantial supply lead, 111 to Jig's 80. But Jig managing to hold that first attack quite nicely. Probably going to be able to place a few more spine crawls in the defense in the interim, and can start producing units out of this third hatchery, of course. But this roach force here for our migrant looking very, very dangerous at this point in time, and may actually be able to take the first map of Jig throughout the entirety of this tournament, which will be really cool to see. Both these players, Grandmaster level players, both these players are well versed in trying to defeat the strategies that they have seen previously. So this is going to turn into a little bit of an interesting fight here now. I mean, Jig definitely on the back foot now, not nearly enough roaches to deal with this force, and with no additional spine claws down at the front, this is going to be a lot harder this time around. Once again, pulling the drones here to soak the damage from those roaches, provide his own roaches with a little bit of extra firing time, and even that little bit of extra damage. But Almo Grown really steaming ahead in terms of supply now, 142 to 82. And there's really just not much that Jig can do at this point. I mean, there goes the GG. So Almo Grown going to take a game here off of Jig and tying this up at 1-1. So great play there actually by Almo Grown, as he has managed to tie the series at 1-1 and has been the first player actually to take a match off of Jig so far in the tournament, which is a pretty impressive feat in its own right. But either way, we will be back very shortly for game number 3 between these two players to decide who goes on to the next round of the tournament. So in the interim time, enjoy some more tunes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, jumping into game 3 between TKS's Jig and Oh My Groin on Daybreak this time around. So TKS Jig are Zerg in orange here on the south side of Daybreak versus Oh My Groin are Zerg in green up here on the north side of Daybreak. Already some pretty good games from both of these players. I mean, Jig has only just lost his first game so far this tournament to Oh My Groin's absolutely fantastic early roach attack in the previous game. So both players on one apiece. Whoever wins this one will be able to go through into the semi-finals. So both players are really going to need to bring their A game, especially this time around, as they need to be able to, if they want to, at least get into the semi-finals, have a shot at any of that prize pool. But so far, very interesting styles used by both these players. They are actually going away from what would usually be considered the standard Zerg meta game, which would be Ling Baneling into early Mutalisk, and instead really focusing on that early Roach play, which is definitely a very interesting style. Of course, you can get the Roach Warren at Hatchery Tech, so you can get it fairly early on in game, which makes for some really cool early engagements straight away. But both players have also been using some rather interesting styles. Jig actually enjoying going for the early hatchery before pull, and Almigro definitely playing a slightly more eclectic style by taking usually the early gas and then getting the really early pull afterwards, so he can get the early speed. But this time actually not deciding to do that, getting the early spawning pull, but with no gas this time around. While Jig is going to go for the usual standard play here and go hatchery then pull. So, so far both players actually switching up what they've been doing so far in these games, moving over to a slightly different style. Rather surprising actually that Almagrone hasn't taken that early gas, as he has been rather partially and fond of that early gas build there to get those really fast speed out on the field to secure his expansion against his opponent here. But it'll be interesting to see whether or not they decide to go for the exact same follow-up. The only actual marginal difference in their builds right now is hatch before pool and pool before hatch. So really going back to that standard traditional Zerg sort of metagame. And gases will be on the way now for both players, of course, as they'll obviously want to get the gas out there to get those speedlings on the way as quickly as possible now that their hatcheries on the low ground are well underway. I would definitely like to see this game go more towards Mutalisks play. I mean, both players have definitely been getting the lair slightly earlier, so a quick spire from these players. I mean, the Mutalisks are really going to help defend against that early roach attacks. I mean, I feel in the last game, if Jig had really gone for the early spire, he might have been able to hold that roach all in and really apply pressure of his own, as of course he would have had a much greater Mutalisk account than his opponent by the time his Mutalisks hit that base. And with only a few Spore Crawlers and Queens to defend, it would have been much harder for Almagrone to be able to defend a push like that, as well as the trouble with losing a lot of his roaches at the front. Both players, though, getting the overlords over each other's bases, getting some nice scouting information off, and we do actually see speed on the way now for Jig already. No speed yet here for Almagrone. Actually going to have to wait there until he hits that next 100 gas. His gas here looking actually slightly delayed, but that has been hit now and speed is going to go ahead. And Jig already getting his Baneling nest down, so looking like he wants to go for that sort of heavy Baneling early game pressure once again. I mean, if he can hit quick enough with it, it can do quite a lot of damage, because of course his speed is going to be finished slightly ahead of Almagrone, so his Lings are going to be able to get across that side of the map fairly quickly before morphing into those Banelings. Almagrone, though, starting his own Baneling nest now, so we're looking like he wants to go for a very similar style of play, but ever so slightly behind at this point in terms of overall build efficiency for a very similar sort of style build that it is. But we already have Jig's first Lings already on the way over the map there now. Speed will be finished soon, and those remaining Lings that will be popping up will be able to join up with them very, very quickly. So it definitely looks like Jig here wanting to go for a sort of like a Baneling all-in here. Very fast Baneling attack. Try and do as much damage as possible. I mean, if he can cripple Almagrone's economy straight off the bat, then he will be in a very strong position defensively. But we do actually have the Spine Crawlers on the way here for Almagrone, perhaps expecting that early attack here. And we do have Jig here adding on his own Spine Crawlers, expecting something similar in retaliation. But these Banelings pretty much going to be able to wander straight on in, and if they can get into that mineral line, that will be pretty huge here. Trying not to waste them, though. Doesn't want to waste too many of them against those Lings. That's actually pretty big there. Managing to snipe out a few of those Banelings with some really well placed drones there. And Almagrone actually playing a really quite nice defense here, not having lost too many of his own drones, and his own Banelings being able to pick up those Lings very quickly. That one they're just flying away as it dies. And now pushing back across the map with quite a nice little force here of Lings. But of course, Jig already got his Spine Crawler in position, but if these Lings hit while that is still borrowing, then he may well actually be in a little bit of trouble, as those Lings are going to be able to get a straight on run by. But Jig got his Banelings in position, going to try and pick up a few Ling kills with that, and at least keep that army outside of his base. We do also see the Roach Warren already now on the way here for Jig, taking it slightly quicker than his opponent here, Almagrone, who hasn't yet picked up his, and is still actually running only on 2 gas. So we do see that Jig has got his 3 gas now, so he may end up transitioning into a slightly more gas heavy build. And this is quite a nice little Baneling attack here coming in from Almagrone, maybe able to pick up quite a few things, but Jig managing to pick up quite a lot of Banelings there with some Banelings of his own. But this run by here, they've got the potential to do quite a lot of damage, some more Banelings morphing in, and if they can get into that mineral line, then they can cause absolute chaos here, as it's going to be very difficult for these drones here to get out of that side, the only open side at the moment being this side here. But that is actually scouted by the Overseer there, and 2 Evolution Chambers being thrown down to try and halt their ability to get in there. But that is a huge cluster of drones right there, and that is actually quite a nice pickup for Almagrone, being able to kill quite a few workers with that Baneling attack, up to 6 workers killed now. And more Lings streaming in. It looks like Almagrone really wanting to just keep on applying all that Ling pressure, and he is going to manage to snipe that Queen, I think it looks like. getting that is actually quite a nice victory. It's going to prevent the larva injects obviously on this natural hatchery here, and now Jig is going to have to invest in getting additional queens out as quickly as possible to keep up with that. But Jig does have his roaches on the way, and that's going to start to render all of these Ling attacks fairly moot, as long as he can keep his roaches in a position where they can stay alive. But once again, these banelings trying to get into that mineral line, but being rather successfully denied here by Jig. Though Jig has taken a few substantial losses here, and looks like he is actually going to lose that baneling nest. But as long as he can keep his roaches alive right now and keep on adding roaches, he's definitely going to be in a much better position, as his roach count is starting to get quite high now. And they will do a lot of damage against any other further Ling attacks and baneling attacks that decide to come in. And in fact, he actually gets quite a nice little position on those there. So we're going to be able to pick up all those Lings that are attacking that base, only losing a few roaches in the process. But how am I growing in the background of this? He's taking his extra gases here. He's got his own roach warren down now. He is adding on that Zerg missile attack, so he's going to be a little bit ahead in terms of upgrades, I believe. As these no, these do actually have their own +1 as well. So if Jig can at least get that glial reconstitution underway, give them those extra movement speed, he's going to have a little bit of an edge, especially if he can also get the obviously the +1 armor as well, or even the +2 weapons to at least keep himself slightly ahead on upgrades from his opponent. But once again, I just feel like Jig here should definitely be adding on a Spire sometime soon, and getting his own, getting Mutalisks out and getting ready, as he's got to be thinking by now, Almigrone's going to have seen the roaches, he's going to have added on his roach warren, and he's going to be building up his own roach count. So a Mutalisk count right now could really serve to do a lot of damage and get a lot of harass off on the mineral lines, and that's really what Jig kind of needs right now, is to be able to cripple his opponent's economy and do as much damage back to his opponent as has been done to him, as of course Almigrone has picked up 15 workers right there, as opposed to Jig's 3 that he has managed to kill. So Jig definitely a little bit on the back foot again, but both players looking to take their third bases here. A little bit of a Ling scout here is going to be able to pick that up with no problems at all. And Jig looking to try and at least get ahead on those weapon attacks there, and is also going to be getting that ground armor as well. So his roaches are at least going to have that little bit extra survivability. But I really would like to see a Spire from one of these two players, as of course the roaches not being able to shoot up. I mean, the Spire with Mutalisks is going to be able to cause so much damage, so many problems, and with no Spore Crawlers down yet, they're going to have an absolute field day inside of those mineral lines. Though Almigrone getting a very nice scout there will more likely be picked off by that Queen, which in fact does manage to snipe out that Overseer fairly quickly. And both players actually picking up a bit of a head of steam now. Almigrone got quite a big supply lead though ahead of TK's Jig, actually on 19 roaches to Jig's only 15 right now, so definitely ahead in terms of that roach count. But it's all going to come down to engagement here right now for Jig, especially if Almigrone decides to push out across the map with that army, as of course Jig does have the slightly better upgrades right now, which is going to give him that little bit of an edge, especially as by the time this army hits, Ground 1 Carapace should be just about finishing, and with Zerg missile attacks too, not too far behind. But it looks like Almigrone definitely going to make a bit of a headstrong attack here, but deciding to back off as his Lings scout that is actually the position of where Jig's army is. And instead electing to swing around to the front here, going to be able to come straight up in the ramp while half the army is pulled out of position, but Jig may well be able to get a nice flank here, but fortunately Almigrone seeing it just in time and being able to pull these units back. But Jig looking like he's not willing to give up the fight here, and is actually going to try and chase these units down, which is a very interesting choice to go for. Both players though got pathogen glands on the way, so we're looking probably going to be seeing Infestor switch sometime soon, but we do have a lot of Hydralisks here on the way for Almigrone. So once those Hydralisks hit, we're definitely going to see a sort of Roach Hydra style play here, with the Roaches really screening for the Hydralisks, at which point Jig's own Roaches are going to be in a lot of trouble. He needs to kind of apply a lot of pressure right now, or start thinking about getting his own Hydralisk den, as switching to Mutalisk now aren't really going to do much for him, but in fact he does have his Infestors on the way. So if he can land a couple of nice fungal growths, he may well be able to do something quite effective with that. But actually both players getting their own Infestors out. Almigrone getting some Infestors on the way as well. Both players having pathogen glands pretty much finished up as well. So we're moving definitely into sort of like the later game switches here. And it looks like both players are wanting to go sort of like the Roach Hydra Infest sort of build style. And in all fairness, I actually think they're missing out a little bit. I mean, it would be nice to see some siege play with Swarm Host, using this to siege the opponent's bases, and maybe even getting a little bit of Nidus play would have been pretty cool as well. But so far, both players staying fairly equal in terms of bases. TK's Jig actually electing to take a fourth base as well, taking the slightly extended out fourth base rather than our Migraine, who's taken this fourth base in the middle. But our Migraine so far ahead in terms of supply now, and moving this pretty nasty army across the map now. A couple of really nice fungals go down there though, managing to lock those roaches into position. If those chain fungals can go off, this is going to do a lot of damage here. In fact, fungals going off on all sides, but these Hydralisks are really just causing so many problems here for these roaches, and Jig's supply is dropping pretty nastily right now. Our Migraine still on 170 supply to Jig's 130. And as he cleans up this army, he's pretty much going to be able to just pile in and onto this third base and take it straight. I mean, he's still got his infestors there as well. And Jig really got to wait for his extra reinforcements to arrive. A few roaches popping there, going to be able to provide something to help slow that down. But I think that base is pretty much a goner right now. It's a little bit too little too late as more roaches pile in. And Jig definitely going to be put a little bit on the back foot by this, unless he can land a couple of really nice fungals here. Instead, I like to go for the infested Terrans here to add on that little bit of extra DPS. And looking like he's actually going to do a little bit of damage to the army, but more and more reinforcements just piling in here for our Migraine. And Jig really kind of wants to retreat back to this area here. He could do with getting a few spine crawlers up to provide some extra defense, as this force for our Migraine right now is a very scary one and has quite a lot of power. And he's going to be able to pretty much move in on this fourth base as well and pick that off straight away. So he's going to cut down Jig from 4 bases to 2 bases in simply the matter of a minute. And in the interim time, our Migraine's own economy is going so brilliantly well. I mean, he's on 67 workers to Jig's 61, so he's a little bit ahead in workers. But of course, he's got the 4 bases to put them on, which means he's going to have slightly better mineral income overall, as of course he's not oversaturated on his mineral lines right there. Jig definitely going to have to try and re-establish that third as quickly as possible. Our Migraine looks like he wants to go for a little bit of a finish right now. Already has his units moving up and into position. Probably going to be looking to execute a flank attack here, sending some roaches in to the front while the vast majority of the roach and Hydra army goes around to the side. And that's really just going to put Jig a little bit off balance here. And Jig, throwing out the GGs, is actually taken out in that second game. Our Migraine actually managing to take 2 games off Jig here, and will advance through to those semi-finals. Bad luck to Jig, who up until this point hadn't actually dropped a map, so bad luck there, Jig. Hopefully we'll see you in the next tournament. But our Migraine going on to the next round almost straight away. We're just going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back for the next set of games. So in the interim time, enjoy some more music. Okay, jumping into the first of our semi-finals series here. These are best of 3 games. Our first one is going to be between Omai's Ao My Groin versus FUS's Krillmon, and we will be jumping into that game in just a second here, which will be played actually on Daybreak. So down here in purple we have FUS Krillmon, who has so far made it all the way through to the semi-finals here, versus Omai's Ao My Groin, also here in the semi-finals. The winner of this match, of course, will advance on to the finals. The loser will be going home with $10 here as their prize pool. But of course, there is still $100 up for stake. And this is going to be another ZVZ matchup. Of course, Ao My Groin actually just coming out of a ZVZ matchup versus in his previous games against Jig, who up until that point had been undefeated. So Ao My Groin definitely knowing exactly what he wants to do in Zerg versus Zerg games. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not he employs the same kind of strategies here against Krillmon here in this particular match set. But so far, it's been some very fantastic games all around throughout these tournaments. Definitely looking forward to seeing how these semi-finals play out. Of course, the other semi-finals will be going on just after this one, which will be Froz versus the winner of the last quarterfinals matchup as well. So definitely going to be some great games coming forwards, and the finals will definitely be a good set, depending no matter who goes through, as all the players have worked very hard to get here so far. So Krillmon here, definitely looking like he wants to go for that hatchery first, so going for the hatch before pool, whereas Ao My Groin seems to have actually be doing the same here, actually taking a little bit of a departure, having previously gone for the early pool in games against Jig and getting the early gases out. This is a little bit of a departure from his usual strategy here, so maybe playing a little bit more on the standard side, as he's not quite sure what his opponent is going to be up to at the moment. And we already see Krillmon here getting his pool underway, and actually Ao My Groin adding on his first gas before getting his pool, so wanting to build up a little bit of a gas count, and that pool is going to be going down shortly afterwards. So we may be seeing a little bit of tech from both these players, actually reasonably on par with all of the timings, playing actually very similar builds, only margin differences about which buildings are going to be placed first. So I'm curious to see exactly what builds they like to go for, whether we'll be seeing the standard Zerg metagame of Ling, Baneling, and the Mutalisk, or whether we'll be seeing some of what more of what Ao My Groin was doing in the previous game with those roach attacks in the early to mid game there, which were able to do quite a lot of damage. As of course, not having seen very much Mutalisk play so far in the tournament. And when the new patches come out, the Mutalisk play is probably going to be dropping off a little bit further as well, as of course they are testing the new patch to see with Spore Crawlers doing extra damage versus that biological, which will make that Mutalisk harass in ZVZ all that harder. Both players though still joining quite heavily. They're looking at really building their economy, managing to stay fairly equal on harvesters at the moment thanks to those similar build timings, and speed already on the way of course for both players. So we'll probably start seeing a few Lings popping out sometime soon as they go and start having a little bit of a poke, as that Overlord scouting has of course given them a lot of information about what have been going on inside of each other's bases at this time. But early game Zerg versus Zerg, it can really come down to like the really small micro engagements. Really well microed Lings can make all the difference, and you can actually get quite a lot of damage done with Lings in the early game, especially if you're able to get them past any static defenses that your opponents have placed. And really good Ling micro to snipe out individual Banelings is absolutely fantastic, because it does kind of waste your opponent's Banelings when they go for that early sort of Baneling nest. And it looks like both players are actually going to be going for those early Baneling nests, throwing them down at fairly early on though. Fuzz, Krillmon here actually having his just that slight bit earlier here, so his Baneling Nest is going to finish well ahead of Ao My Groin's right now, which means if he gets his early Speedlings all the way across the map quickly enough, then he's going to be able to get a little bit of Speedling pressure with that Baneling follow-up a lot sooner in there, especially as Ao My Groin doesn't actually have any sort of static defense at the moment. No Spine Crawler on the way though. He does have a few extra Lings out, but this little Ling here is going to get at least a little bit of scouting information. You're going to see that there's only one gas and the pool. So it wouldn't surprise me too much if we saw a little bit of early Ling pressure here coming out from Krillmon as he tries to apply a little bit of hurt here, as there are still no static defenses at this base for Ao My Groin. So it's going to make it a little bit harder for him to defend against any attacks that do come through. But with that Baneling Nest now completed, the Spine Crawler is going to be thrown down, and we are actually seeing an Evolution Chamber as well, and looks like Almagron is going to go straight on for that Roach Warren immediately afterwards as well. So going for definitely what he was going in the previous game. So we do see a double Evo Chamber here coming out for Chromon, but no Roach Warren as yet. So if he starts throwing down the melee attack upgrades, it will make quite a bit of a difference. And in fact, he is going for the melee attack upgrade. So this is sounding kind of suggesting he wants to stay on Ling Baneling, and then maybe go into Mutalisk with the transition to Ultralisks for late game. So you can already see the divergent styles between these two players. Almagron clearly favouring that kind of early Roach attack and pressure, and is going to be able to at least scout that hatchery there, that one little Ling getting a little bit of a scout off there, but is going to be taken out by that Spinecrawler. But the thing that remains to be seen now, though, is whether or not Chromon actually does go and put down the Spire once his hatchery finishes mutating into a lair. Because, I mean, if that is the path he's going to be going, he does need to get that Spire down as soon as possible, as he is going to need defense against the Roach count that Almagron is going to start picking up. As, of course, he does have his Roach Warren well underway now, and should soon be adding on Roaches of his own fairly quickly. Especially once that Glial Reconstitution finishes as well, give them that extra movement speed. But there's a little bit of a Ling War still going on in the middle here. Ling's gathering up here to defend this third base here for Chromon. And with his lair almost finishing, it really will be telling to see whether or not he does go straight for that Spire immediately afterwards. But with these Lings actually having getting these early upgrades as well, they're actually going to be a little bit more useful than Almagron's Lings, which means he may actually be able to snipe out this third hatchery of Almagron's, which will actually keep him base ahead. Now that would actually be a pretty big win for him here, and it looks like he is going to be able to get it. In fact, he does get the snipe rather than the cancel. Almagron not actually able to cancel in time, but he's got his Lings there fighting around his Banelings, and that is a bit of a dangerous move, because if those Banelings spawn out in the middle of that fight, then he is going to lose pretty much every single Ling that he's got on that side of the field. But some good splits there mean he is able to take out his Banelings while saving pretty much all of his army at this point. And in fact, we are actually seeing the Infestation Pit here coming out for Krellmon. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly what he's going to tech straight into. I mean, it could go straight for the Infestors there, but if he gets the Enduring Locust, that would be pretty cool. And both players actually requesting a pause here, so
Game pause.
I'm just going to be seeing what's going on there. It looks like Krellmon actually having a little bit of an issue with his keyboard at this time, but we'll be diving back into that as soon as possible. But already we're seeing a little bit of a divergence between these two players, as they're looking to go down entirely different paths. As Krellmon has gone straight, obviously, for the Infestation Pit. He's getting those ground upgrades very quickly. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not he's going to be going for the Swarm House, or whether or not he's going to be going for the Infestors and then straight onto the Ultralisks afterwards. We'll really keep focusing on his early Ling play, and does actually manage to snipe that third hatchery again. That's a really big win from here. Whereas Almagron, of course, is going straight for that Roach play, getting the missile upgrades as well. But as far as tech's concerned in his base, still got the Baneling Nest, and not much else. No Infestation Pit of his own yet, so no tech to Hive, so not going to be going for those mega late game units just yet. But some really nice, a few nice Baneling connections there actually. But Krellmon definitely a little bit behind. Almagron got a bit of a supply lead at the moment, but his Roaches do account for most of that. And if Krellmon can snipe this third base again, this is going to be a pretty big victory for him. But Almagron actually moving his units into position to make sure that that doesn't happen. I mean, he's already had 2 snipes on that. He really can't afford to have that go down again. And actually, very badly supply locked at the moment, 114 over 108. And it is going to be the Swarm Host Infestor here for Krellmon. He's got 1 Infestor out on the field, I can see at the moment. Got the Swarm Hosts on the way. So we're going to be seeing a little bit of siege action here with these Swarm Hosts. And it won't surprise me if we actually see the Enduring Locust research being thrown down as quickly as possible. Give those Locusts a little bit extra life so they can really maximize their damage potential. But Krellmon definitely looking like he wants to be going into full siege mode here. I mean, if he can plant a decent number of Swarm Hosts by his opponent's bases, he can pretty much keep Almagron bottled in place by a sheer mass of Locusts constantly poking outwards. And the Roach is of course going to have a little bit of a hard time against that, as free units are infinitely better than units that are going to be costing supply here. Of course, the Locusts cost absolutely nothing to get out on the field at all. But we'll have to wait and see exactly how Almagron wants to handle this. Of course, he still has no Infestation Pit of his own, no Hydralisk Den yet, really focusing on this Roach play. And I feel like this is a little bit of a mistake, because he really has no idea exactly what's going on in Krellmon's base. And if he puts these Swarm Hosts in a good position and gets some good fungal growth, then Almagron going to be in a lot of trouble. Actually looking like he wants to pressure this third base as well. Meanwhile, Krellmon actually going to be able to snipe out this third base for Almagron once again. And this really large number of roaches though, moving into a veritable field of spine crawlers here. But there are the 4 spore crawlers there, the 4 swarm hosts there, and there are some infestors which do manage to get a couple of really nice funky growths here. And as these locusts keep on spawning, they are going to be able to keep on whittling down that roach army. But is it going to be enough? I mean, there's no overlord over here yet to really be able to provide vision of that. And a lot of these roaches are low, but that is really quite an impressive roach force right now. And oh no, Krillman accidentally unburrows his swarm host there, losing 2 of them almost immediately to the focus fire of those roaches. And these roaches are going to be able to barrel on right towards the natural hair of Krillman. Oh my god, having built up a really superior lead of roaches here, 150 supply now to 82, is definitely in a very strong position, and is likely going to be able to take this natural and with it the game. It looks like Krillman in a very dangerous position. Unless he can get out about 50 swarm hosts right now, then it's going to be over, and there goes the GG. So Almogroin taking that first game to go 1-up against Krillman. And we will be moving very swiftly into the second game between these 2 players. But in the interim time, just enjoy some more music while we wait. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will be jumping straight into Game 2 here between Krillman and Almigroin for the first semi-final position going through. This game going to be played out on Daybreak here with Krillman here in purple as Zerg on the south side versus Almigroin as Zerg on the north side. Already had one game between these 2 players. Almigroin taking a fairly commanding lead early on after being able to withstand Krillman's quite vicious Zergling attacks. Despite the fact that he lost his 3rd hatchery 3 times by the end of the game, he was eventually able to push forward with a bit of a devastating blow after having an absolutely massive roach force built up. Krillman not quite able to deal with it with his limited number of swarm hosts, trying to go for the little bit of a more tech-oriented build. But this sort of roach-style build seems to be really working out for Almigroin. He really managed to absolutely crush previous players with it, and it looks like he's going to be simply rolling on forwards and doing it all over again. Actually slightly ahead in terms of supply at the moment. Krillman actually going for the once again for the fast gas and spawning pool here, looking to actually get really fast double gas. Actually, using the double extractor trick there to get a couple of extra drones out. So he's going for a really fast pool here, and this says to me that Krillman really wants to end this game early to take back a win here and take this through to the second game. Not quite willing to give up the opportunity to go through to the finals and at least go away with $30, if not $100. So it's not going to surprise me if we start seeing a lot of lings on the way almost immediately here for Krillman. And in fact, yes, he does have 6 lings on the way now, so he's definitely going to be playing for a little bit more of a cheesy strategy here. And these lings are really going to be able to hit Almigrain's base before he's really got any kind of defense. He does have his own spawning pool up fairly early, but he is going straight down for that hatchery. So he's got next to no minerals right now. So these lings are going to be able to get almost straight over and be able to do some damage. Krillman actually looking to expand on the back of this as well. So still going to be playing that macro-oriented style game, but getting that really fast pool there using the double extractor trick means he may well be able to set Almigrain's economy back quite a bit. Though Almigrain does have 4 lings on the way, but Krillman has 4 lings coming in to reinforce these ones as well. And it's pretty much just going to be streaming in ling after ling right now. So Almigrain really needs to be able to get that queen out as soon as possible. But the lings are now out and on the field, and Krillman actually going straight for the natural expansion there, looking to try and deny that before pushing up into the main. It looks like Almigrain actually going to be able to pulling some drones here to deal with this. Very smart move here, but it could be a little bit dangerous here. He does need to make sure he gets the good surrounds on those lings to pick them off one by one, and he really can't afford to lose too many drones to this sort of attack. And Krillman having his taking his expansion behind us, making a very smart play here, really forcing Almigrain to delay some of the stuff that he would usually be getting early game. And the little bit of extra ling pressure is really going to do a lot here. So as he picks off more and more of Almigrain's lings, he's simply going to be able to start focusing on the drones instead and do all that economic damage. And Almigrain here not even getting this base mining yet due to all these delays that these lings have been able to cause. Whereas Krillman, while his expansion has been delayed somewhat, is going to be far more efficient in that early game than Almigrain's is going to be able to, as he's going to be able to saturate it quite a lot quicker. But it looks like that attack has been pushed back for now, as Almigrain is going to have a decent number of lings out on the field now, and with the queen on the low ground, these lings are going to be forced to go home, though Almigrain looking like he wants to give at least a little bit of chase here. But I'm curious to see exactly what Krillman decides to do as a follow-up to this. I mean, he's 24 for 20 supply now, having just lost the Overlord there to that queen. Bit of a big loss there, as he's got to wait for another one to spawn before he can get absolutely anything else out right now, which does put Almigrain in a little bit of a better position right now. As of course he has the opportunity to get even more units out, and there's a little bit of a ling fight right here. Actually, Almigrain getting a decent number of lings over here into Krillman's base, may be able to do some damage of his own as a little bit of a counter attack. But it's definitely going to be interesting to see exactly what Krillman wants to follow it over with. I mean, he's throwing down the Baneling Nest as well, but is he going to go for the same kind of Ling-Baneling style play that he did in the previous game, moving on to Swarm Host? And actually, a little bit of an oversight here on Krillman's behalf, not realizing he's let a Ling into the base, and Almigrain going to be able to get full scouting information of everything that's going on inside here. And now that he's got that speed up, Krillman's Lings not going to be able to get anywhere near that at all. As speed should pretty much just be finishing. Actually, no, my mistake, actually. Almigrain actually not started speed at all, only just starting it now. As that's a bit of a late speed there for both these players. Krillman actually having his far in advance. I actually thought that Almigrain had just already finished his there. But that seems to be a little bit of an oversight on Almigrain's behalf. I mean, that's going to put him a little bit behind at this point in time, as now, of course, Krillman's going to have his speedlings out on the field, and will be able to apply even more pressure, especially if he recognises that his opponent is still on slowling technology. But Baneling Nest going down as well here for Almigrain, so looking to play the same sort of style, getting that Speedling Baneling combination in the early game. And it wouldn't surprise me if we see Almigrain going straight for that roach style play straight away afterwards as well. I mean, he's done it in all of his games so far. It's worked really well for him in ZVZ, so it seems to be like his go-to sort of play here. Both players, though, having these really nice little bit of engagements, constantly moving lings around the map, having little bits of pokes at the front of each other's bases. Krillman definitely being very proactive here, moving lings out here to try and keep as much map control as possible, so you can keep an eye on exactly what is going on. And now those double evolution chambers have finished, it's not going to surprise me if we start seeing the melee weapons research as well. So it looks like he is going to be wanting to go into that same sort of build transition that he did before, going from Ling Baneling onto Infesta Swarm Host, with the late game transition obviously to Ultralisks. Though once again, I really would like to see some Mutalisk play from both of these players, as it could bring quite a lot. I mean, both these players so far have been sticking to ground based units, and if Krillman recognises that Almigrain is going to go for Roach play all over again, then he's going to give him a little bit of an advantage, because of course the Mutalisk is going to be able to shoot those roaches absolutely no problem, and be able to help tear apart the army and even provide some extra harass, which he's going to need. But of course Almigrain got that roach warren down, going to be starting to build up his big roach count. Does like to get a nice bit of head of steam on those before moving out to attack his opponent's bases, whereas Krillman's still really going at it with these lings here. Already getting the lair tech underway for both players. And Moigroin actually getting his lair tech slightly faster here than Chromon this time, so he's going to be able to get the better upgrades a little bit faster here, while these Lings are having a little bit of a fight down here at the front. But I'm definitely curious to see whether or not Chromon decides to go for that Swarm Host play again. I mean, I think in the previous game he focused too much. I mean, trying to get the Infestors as well as the Swarm Host, I think ultimately cost him that game, as you didn't have nearly enough of either unit to really make a difference. Chromon actually trying to get a little bit of harass off here at this third base, but Almigron being able to deflect that rather successfully with a decent Baneling count there, and a good number of Lings to kind of push that away. But I definitely think that Chromon kind of hampered himself in the previous game by focusing too much on that split sort of divide by either going for Swarm Hosts and Infestors. I think he really should have focused on one. I mean, he does have the Infestation bit going down now, so it suggests he wants to do something similar. But I really would like to see him focus on at least one of them rather than two of them. I mean, if he cut out the 4 Infestors, he could have had 4 extra Swarm Hosts, or vice versa, and the extra Fungals would have been a lot of help. But of course, Almigron getting a good scout off here. That Observer going to see pretty much everything at this point in time. The Queen's not going to be able to pick that off quickly enough here. So it's going to get a really good scout of both those bases, while Chromon tries to keep up that pressure at the front with this nice Ling force here. But he really needs to sort something out before Almigron gets too big of a roach count. He already has 7 roaches on the way now, and that number's just going to go up and up and up throughout the course of this game. And if Chromon isn't too careful, Almigron's just going to take such that huge supply lead again with a massive number of roaches and walk all over him. And this time he is going straight for the 4 Swarm Host with the 1 Enduring Locust build already on the way. So actually not going for the Infest Swarm Host option this time, and focusing just on the Swarm Host, which is definitely, I think, the smarter choice, as good positioning on his Swarm Host is really going to be able to help stop all the damage that Almigron's roaches are going to be able to do, provided that they're out quick enough to defend those bases. And if he actually threw down a Nidus Cavern as well, we could see some very interesting Nidus play by putting the Swarm Host into the Nidus and getting some Nidus Canal play going on there. I mean, burrowed Swarm Host inside of your opponent's base, sieging it with a lot of Locusts would be pretty cool. And actually quite a nice attack here by Chromon, getting in on that third base, going to be able to do a lot of damage to the Lings here, managing to get a really nice run by away from Almigron's own Lings there, and seeing that Roach army, and really just trying to keep Almigron penned up at home, pulling him a little bit out of position by these constant attacks while he waits for all these Swarm Hosts to finish. And he actually has quite a nice number of Swarm Hosts now, with even more on the way, throwing down some static defenses at the front in case of more and more Roach attacks, and getting his Swarm Host in position ready to reflect this attack that is going to be coming in towards his third now. But actually Almigron splitting off his roaches, electing instead to head straight towards the natural, and Chromon actually a little bit out of position for this, so he is going to lose the static defenses. It's not really going to buy him enough time. I mean, the Swarm Host, he has a lot of them, but is it going to be enough at this point? I mean, if Almigron can get an Overseer over there, and in fact I think he does have one nearby, then he is going to be able to pick off those Swarm Hosts with absolutely no problem. Meanwhile, these roaches really going to town inside of that mineral line and doing so much damage. And actually on 196 supply to 97, Chromon definitely in a little bit of a weak position right now. He's really going to be relying on these Swarm Hosts to help him out here. He needs these Swarm Hosts to do damage right now to be able to clean up this roach pack. But no, the GG is turning out. Almigron is going to be able to go through into the finals there from the semi-finals. Chromon is going to go away though with $10, so congratulations Chromon on going away in our 3rd and 4th place. Better luck next time on that one, and Almigron will advance into the next round. In the interim time, I'm just going to take a quick break while we get ready for the next game, which will be between Froz and the winner of his matchup from the quarterfinal bracket, which will either be LG's Jason or Ham Sandwich. We'll just have to see exactly which one of those two has managed to go through for the next semi-final round that will be there. I hope you've been enjoying this tournament so far. I've got to give a big shout out to LaG Weekly for doing these weekly tournaments. They've got a nice prize pool here. I mean, $150 prize pool is not much to sniff at for low-level players who really just want to start making a bit of a scene on the professional esports scene there. So do make sure that you do check out their website, which is of course laggaming.net, and follow LagSC2 on Twitter for updates on what's going to be going on inside of their tournaments, because they do like to do those weekly tournaments there for their players. which is pretty cool. I mean, the weekly tournaments as well actually have quite a bit of a bearing and impact. So, I mean, we had a lot of players for this one, which is really cool, and looking forward to seeing more of them in the future. In the interim time, we're just getting ready to go into Ham Sandwich versus Froz, which is our second semi-final matchup here, and that will be getting underway very shortly. Just be back in a few moments after setting up Starboard, so I'll leave you with some music, and we'll be ready in just a few moments. In the interim time, we're just getting ready to go into Ham Sandwich versus Froz, which is our second semi-final matchup here, and that will be getting underway very shortly. Just be back in a few moments after setting up Starboard, so I'll leave you with some music. Okay, and here we are jumping straight into our second semi-final matchup between Froz, our Terran here in green, versus Ham Sandwich, our Zerg over here is light pink. This will be the second semi-final matchup to determine again who gets to go through to the finals and which player will go out in the third and fourth places there to get that $10. So whoever loses this one will at least walk away with a little bit of a prize pool here. So we'll have to see exactly how that plays out for both of these players at that time, which is going to be, looks like it's going to be a little bit of a fun game. Terran versus Zerg is always a good matchup, and this one in particular is going to be on Daybreak straight up for that first match. Now, so far, both these players had a really strong showing all the way through the tournament, obviously making it as far as the semi-finals, so gotta have had some pretty strong games. Both these players are really good players in their own right, and definitely looking forward to seeing exactly what sort of styles they use in this matchup now. And we'll have to see how that all works out for them. I mean, Zerg obviously has a lot of options with Zerg Baneling attacks early on in the game with the transition to Roach Hydralisk and then Ultralisk Infestor late game. Before moving on, obviously, to slightly different units, so with a little bit of Mutalisk Harass, and obviously for Terran they can go that early bio style in the early game there before switching over to maybe a little bit of having the option to have a little bit of a transition to mech, or even going mech straight away. And actually Ham Sandwich being a little bit cheeky here and trying to get a little bit of harass off on that early barracks here, and causing a little bit of damage straight away, which is a little bit cheeky there, but he's going to get away with it, and we'll probably be able to get that around. No, in fact, he's actually going to go back and try and kill that SUV, and if he can kill that, that would have delayed that barracks, but no, he is going to be forced to pull away from there, and isn't going to get much further with that. So Froz now getting his first Marines on the way, and actually getting that early gas as well. So we're probably going to see a fast reactor here. He's obviously not gone for the early Reaper here, so we'll be looking at seeing the fast reactor into a 1-1-1 sort of style play, I'd imagine, with the early factory for those Widow Mines. Ham Sandwich, though, in the interim time has got his hatchery down on the low ground, working on a spawning pool, and we'll be getting that gas. So we're going to see the obviously standard opening here for Zerg by getting that pretty nice, very quick hatchery. Though the diversion between these two players is going to be interesting to see exactly how they want to go. I mean, I imagine actually that, I mean, Froz already has his factory down. I'm just wondering whether or not he's actually going to go for the sort of the Widowmine expansion, or whether he's going to be going for the Hellion expansion, as a lot of Hellion expansions have been having a little bit of difficulty at the moment. I mean, Zerg players have been using a lot more Roach attacks when they see the early Hellions, and if Terran doesn't have enough Marauders now on the field, it can cause a lot of problems in the early game. So I'm really wondering whether or not Ham Sandwich is going to do that exact style of play and really follow follow up, but it really depends on whether or not Frost decides to go for that Hellion sort of expansion or the Widowmine expansion. Personally speaking, as Terra and I prefer to go with the Widowmine expansion for the early game, as it does, I find it gives you a little bit more utility, and of course if you can drop them, you can do quite a bit of damage with them, and they're really useful against the early lings. But no, it is going to be Hellions here for Froz, and once Ham Sandwich sees that, I imagine we will see a very quick transition into early roaches. Still no bunker on the low ground yet though here for Froz, and these firstlings as they get in may be able to do at least a little bit of damage here, actually being able to slip just by those marines, getting just inside their blind spot, and the wall is raised just in time though as those Hellions pop out, so Ham Sandwich getting a nice little bit of scout there. He is going to know that it is Hellions on the way, and it wouldn't surprise me if we see not only the extra spine crawlers being thrown down, but the Roach Warren as well, and in fact the Roach Warren has just gone down, and he will have his spines up probably in time just to defend this with the one queen already there. Actually, Froz electing not to wait for his third and fourth Hellions to arrive. He's going to go straight for the mineral line here. Two queens on the low ground though should be able to defend this quite nicely, but he has managed to get at least a couple of drone kills here before moving into the main. It really depends on how many more he can pick up here. I mean, his Hellions are looking pretty low right now. And Ham Sandwich is really moving his queen around quite efficiently, trying to move it into positions where it can catch those Hellions and just keep chipping down at them. But Froz really making an effort at this, got those two Hellions doing quite a bit of damage, has just lost one, will be about to lose the second one, but as he loses those, he does have the four Hellions here at the Zelnaga Watchtower and will likely be ready to push in again, while that Roach Warren has just finished. He's still going to have no roaches on the field here for Ham Sandwich, though the Spine Crawler will be able to help do some damage to those Hellions there. And the Queen's actually rather sensibly, the Ham Sandwich actually rather sensibly blocking the ramp there with the Queens to make sure that those Hellions can't get a solid run by into the main. Two Hellions already down, and it looks like Froz is going to be forced to back out, but at least he can use these remaining Hellions here to keep a little bit of map control. On the back of this, of course, he's got his tech lab out, and he should be starting to get a few Marauders. He does have those Marauders on the way, expecting the kind of Roach follow-up, which is very smart, but still no bunker here, and I think this is a little bit of a mistake from Froz. A good, strong Roach attack now, with no bunker, would be pretty dangerous, or even a Ling attack, which is what's incoming right now, as he's going to be able to get a bit of a surround on those units. I mean, he does have a decent number of Hellions back at home, though, which should be able to help against that, and Ham Sandwich being forced to back away pretty quickly. Hellions there, scouting actually that Ham Sandwich is taking a fast third, so we may actually see Froz try and make a little bit of a move on this, as if he can get on that third base quickly enough with the Marauders, he may be able to force a denial on that one. But once again, a very nice Hellion run by into the main here, just really just pulling apart all of these drones, up to quite a few kills already now. 17 worker kills is a pretty huge number, especially for this time in the game, and that number is just going up and up and up. I mean, the Roaches have popped out now, so those Hellions will be cleaned up. But on the back of this, Froz is ahead by 10 supply right now. He's also ahead by 10 workers, so his economy is doing a lot better at the moment, and I think this has really put Ham Sandwich in a little bit of a difficult position. I mean, 23 workers killed overall is a pretty huge number, and Froz actually sending out more Hellions here, so we could be seeing even more pressure onto those bases, probably going to be swinging in. Actually, Ham Sandwich cancelling his third base, rather smartly there, not wanting to let that be picked up while he's waiting for units to be available here. But Froz definitely looking like he wants to keep up this kind of really early Hellion aggression, and so far it's really been working for him. But it should be a little bit harder now. The Spine Crawler being moved slightly at the front, and with a decent number of Roaches out on the field, those Hellions are being picked off pretty quickly. Two Hellions already down, four have once again made it into the main though, and more workers going to be killed. Those drones are actually lining up for those Hellions. If they can get a good connection, then that would be pretty nice there. But fortunately the Roach is blocking the way ever so slightly, and these Hellions are so low on HP now, they are going to be picked up with absolute ease. But still, 26 workers killed, getting another 3 in that engagement. Pretty big there for Froz. He's managing to really keep Ham Sandwich under pressure here, really force that economy to stay low, and he really doesn't have all that strong of a Roach count at the moment. He's having to leave them pretty much at his base in order to defend against these constant Hellion run-bys. And in the back of this, Froz adding on 2 bunks at the front, starting to set up a bit of a wall in, and has a good number of Widow Mines here, which means he's going to be pretty safe against any attacks that Ham Sandwich decides to throw back at him now, while he gets ready to take his third base here, throwing down the extra command center, of course. And now that he's got a star put out, we'll start seeing some medevacs, and it wouldn't surprise me to see some drop play now. A couple of well-timed drops into Ham Sandwich's main with the Widow Mines could do a massive amount of damage. Of course, Widow Mines absolutely devastating towards Zerg. being able to pretty much use that splash damage to pick off almost all the workers in one go. And Ham Sandwich looking like he wants to have a little bit of a poke here. He's got a good force of roaches, banelings and lings here, but Ham Sandwich, Froz of course already has his defenses set up, got a little bit of a walling going on here, and with that nice solid number of Widow Mines up at the front, it's going to be very hard, I think, for Ham Sandwich to break this. He's going to have to be really lucky with his Baneling connections, and if he loses them to the Widow Mines, it's going to put him in a much rougher position. The Lings are actually going in first, and the Lings are actually being killed very quickly, so avoiding all of the Widow Mines there. So those Widow Mines do get really solid detonations on all of those Banelings, but just enough splash damage going through onto the bunkers, and Ham Sandwich calling the GG. They're recognizing he can't break that. So game 1 immediately going to Froz, and Ham Sandwich in slightly the little bit of a worse off position now after that particular game. Whoops, a little bit of a display glitch there with Starboard, as that is actually supposed to be just one win there for those players. Either way, we'll be jumping into game 2 just in just a moment once the players ready up and have decided on the next match here. So we'll be looking at Froz versus XEF Ham Sandwich for game number 2. Of course, Froz now with the 1-win lead only needs one more win to go through into the finals, and to send Ham Sandwich home with only $10 out of a potential 100 that he could be getting. So going to be very interesting to see how this game plays out in the first round there. Froz playing absolutely excellently on that particular map, being able to put out a lot of damage in the early game against his opponent, really keeping him under pressure and getting an absolutely phenomenal amount of drone kills in that early game, which proved to be quite substantially important. But we'll be jumping into that in just a few moments, and while the players are just getting ready into this game, which really looks like it's going to be on Neoplanet SLE here, which is one of the new maps in the map pool. It's a very fun map actually, and I kind of feel that it favours Zerg a little bit over Terran, but it is Froz's pick after, Ham Sandwich's pick after all for this particular matchup. So it's not unusual that he's going to pick a map that he thinks is going to give him a little bit of favour here. But we'll have to see exactly how that game plays out as these players are just getting ready here to jump into the next game. My personal prediction for this match is it's going to be Froz going through, in my opinion. I think he's definitely got a little bit of a stronger head start at the moment. And after his showing in that first game there, really being able to apply so much pressure to Ham Sandwich means I think it's going to be a little bit hard for Ham Sandwich to get back into this particular game at this point. But best of luck to both players as we ready in here on Neoplanet SLE and jump straight into the game. Froz here are Terran in green up on the north side of Neoplanet S versus Ham Sandwich are Zerg in red down on the south side. I must say this map can be absolutely wonderful for drop play. It does have some really nice dead space areas around the sides which are really conducive to getting fast drops in, but it does also have the risky third gold expansions that you can potentially take if you're quick enough, and I have seen it used to some effect by Zergs previously, going for the really rapid gold expansion and really piling on early swarm host pressure against Terran opponents. But we'll definitely have to see exactly how these players decide to play it out. It wouldn't surprise me too much if Froz continued a very sort of safe style that he did before, going for the really fast Hellion expansion and trying to apply as much pressure as possible with those Hellions. And he was able to apply so much pressure in the previous game that Ham Sandwich is not quite able to deal with it. But hopefully he'll be a little bit more prepared for it in this game, and we'll be able to sort of stand up to that just a little bit more. Not seeing many of the 3cc builds at the moment though, which is a bit of a shame. Personally speaking, I like playing Terran with 3cc versus Zerg in the early game, as it does help to give you quite a big bit of economic advantage. I mean, it's not quite as safe as going for the barracks and then the factory going for the Hellion expansion, but if you can get the third command center up really quickly, it does give you such a huge boost to your economy. And it's a shame that more players aren't using it on ladder, especially as the likelihood of being cheesed by a temple is pretty low at this sort of standard of play. I mean, both these players are Grandmaster level players, so the likelihood of really crazy cheese isn't as high. I mean, these players will like to play a lot more standard games, unless they are laddering for funsies, as they say. Of course, Ham Sandwich going straight, of course, for the hatchery build first. They're going for the spawning pool very shortly afterwards, playing very standard Zerg here. Very standard Zerg meta, and with the gas already down here for Froz, it'll be all down to whether or not he's building a Reaper out of this. And of course it is the Marine, so once again we are going to be seeing the Hellion expansion rather than the Reaper expansion. And the Marine already moving out, going to be trying to get a little bit of a snipe on that Overlord. Not quite able to get it just over the high ground there. Good positioning actually by Ham Sandwich, as that's going to give him a good view of whether or not that natural is going to be set up in time. And that's going to be a little bit frustrating for Froz. I mean, getting an early kill on an Overlord like that is so game changing, as I mean his supply blocks Zerg really badly in the early game. But there is going to be another Overlord here that he could potentially pick off as well. Factory, of course, already going down. That's going to be a quick swap over onto that reactor, and then we'll start to see the Hellions on the way soon enough. Ham Sandwich, though, getting his first lot of Lings on the way, but will it be enough to help deal with any of that Hellion pressure? I think after the previous game, he really needs to consider the fact that he should get a slightly earlier Spine Crawler. I mean, he's got to be thinking that the Hellion pressure is incoming. I mean, Ham Sandwich did it to him in the previous game. He's got the Overlord in place by the natural to see when the expansion goes down. So he's got to be thinking that it is going to be that sort of Hellion expansion straight away again, as he has not yet he hasn't seen the natural throw down on the low ground. So it would be pretty cool if we did see Ham Sandwich really get ready for this. Throw down maybe an evolution chamber and a the Spine Crawler there, just in case of that Hellion attack. And his Lings are going to be able to get here. Oh, not quite able to raise the wall in time. One getting just briefly inside there before being burnt to cinders. And now he's knowing, of course, that it is definitely the Hellion advance coming forward here. Just getting ready to throw down the Spine Crawler now, but I think it's going to be a little bit late here. Those Hellions are going to be able to hit just before that goes down, but he may actually end up trying to wall this off. It looks like he is going to try and wall it off. He's got the 2 queens there, he's got the evolution chamber, but there is that little bit of a gap, and the Hellions are going to be able to get through and get straight on those drones. And once again, it's looking like a bit of a repeat of the last game. Froz going to be able to do so much damage with these Hellion attacks, and with more Hellions on the way, this is definitely going to put Ham Sandwich in a little bit of a rough position. All 3 queens up in the main there to deal with that, and the second evolution chamber going down as well, but still that gap here, and Ham Sandwich definitely needs to plug that with at least a queen, if nothing else. I mean, he does have the Lings there now, but of course these Hellions are going to absolutely burn through those Lings in no time flat. And on the back of this, it looks like Froz is going to be able to drop his expansion down on the low ground. Ham Sandwich is going to be able to see that going down, but he's going to have to really focus on this defense to the front. 2 queens, though, should be more than sufficient to hold off this kind of Hellion pressure, as their damage outweighs that of the Hellions here. If Froz really wanted to continue that, he kind of need like 6 to 8 Hellions there to really be able to push it forward. I mean, he does have the 2 back at his base here, or could go forward with the Marines as well, but I don't think he wants to kind of expose himself to the danger at this point in time. Ham Sandwich, though, throwing down the Roach Warren in response to this as well. Going to be getting ready to go straight on that early game sort of Roach pressure that he has been enjoying so much. And still no defensive structures down yet for Froz, which he seems to be running a little bit later than usual, focusing instead on getting the early Hellions and Widow Mines out a lot faster. But if he can execute a defense like he did in the previous game, he should be more than safe inside of the space, especially with the 2 Widow Mines there, and we should shortly see a bunker going down soon enough. But this is a good number of Hellions now here for Froz. He may actually be able to punch through that one lone queen there guarding that entrance, and any Lings that come up to try and support it will likely be fried very quickly in the process. But it's really whether or not he wants to risk sacrificing these Lings. He needs to make sure that they do damage if he is going to throw them away, because if they're not going to do damage, then throwing them away really just not worthwhile. Putting a couple in there on patrol, and looks like he is actually going to try and bait the queens forward there and go for a little bit of a kill here. Actually being able to line up those Hellion Flame Blast quite nicely, microing backwards, though some nice transfuse there from Ham Sandwich, going to be able to save those queens, pulling the Lings slightly out of position, and those Lings now look at queens looking very dangerously low on HP. But once again, absolutely great transfuse there coming out from Ham Sandwich to keep that alive for as long as possible, waiting for the Roaches to get into position. And now the Roaches that are there, those Hellions definitely not going to get back into the main, though Froz was able to get at least 4 drones overall throughout the course of those attacks, and now has a pretty nice defense at home. Once again, 4 Widow Mines at the front, getting on the bunkers, and now that he's seen the Roaches, of course, he can start adding on more and more orders at this point in time. And actually swapping over the factory and the starport pretty quickly, so he's looking to get some reacted medevacs out, I'd imagine, very quickly. Maybe even a couple of Vikings as well to try and go for the go for the early pressure there, but actually getting the Nidus Worm there inside the base, pulling all the SCVs immediately to deal with. It's very important that he can shut that down as soon as possible, and he is able to stop that. Very interesting move here actually by Ham Sandwich, going for the fast Nidus Worm there, but Froz being able to react to it absolutely perfectly, pulling even the SCVs there to deal with it. Very smart move. It is actually possible to kill a Nidus Worm with just SCVs as long as you jump on it straight away and you get that really nice surround. So that's going to deny Ham Sandwich a little bit. I mean, Nidus Worm, a bit of an expensive beast, but he is getting ready to do another Nidus Worm, and that has popped up just outside the base here, so giving those roaches that really short distance here, which means that Ham Sandwich now going to be able to apply a lot of pressure here, and that is quite a nice force of roaches. And with no siege tanks and absolutely no marauders here at the moment for Froz, he's going to be in a little bit of trouble right now. He's going to be relying on those Widow Mines to do as much damage as possible. But is it going to be enough? That's the question. He's not even pulling any SCVs to repair his bunker. These are going to be pulled a little bit too late, I fear, here. And that bunker is going to go down almost immediately, not being repaired in time. The SCVs are actually moving to engage the roaches straight away. And there's going to be a Nidus Worm inside the main as well, while this roach attack comes into the front, pulling Frost's army in literally two directions at once here. Though that Nidus Worm is shut down pretty effectively. The number of roaches in the natural here is just so high, and that siege tank moving into position gets immediately sniped here by Ham Sandwich. A little bit of a bad move there by Froz. Having that obviously rallied over there means it is not A moving, and he is going to be in a very rough spot now and pulling even more SCVs to try and clean up this mess of roaches. They're simply invading his base right now. Executing a little bit of a drop off his own. The two medevacs down here going to be going quite hard there. But more and more roaches here streaming into the natural, and this is looking like it's going to be harder and harder. These SCVs really getting their money's worth. Hero SCVs all round defending this Terran base, while trying to keep these marauders alive for as long as possible. But Frost really needs to make sure that this drop does damage. But Ling's being popped out here by Ham Sandwich means that that is going to be a very slim chance here. And with the number of roaches inside the main now being that high, it's really going to be a case of how can Froz hold this back. He needs to get those marauders out. He has almost no SCVs left mining, but it looks like he is barely going to be able to clean this up. But man, 46 worker kills by Ham Sandwich. Froz's economy absolutely ruined right now in comparison to Ham Sandwich, who is going to still have quite a good income. Still got 19 harvests. Froz actually managing to execute a pretty successful series of drop attacks there, and those Widow Mines once again proving their worth by cleaning up a lot of the attacks here at the front. 7 kills, 6 kills, 6 kills and 2 kills. So Froz really trying to put a lot of pressure on here with these drops, actually doing quite a lot of damage, managing to get a few worker kills of his own, but he is, well, he's still managing to stay ahead in supply. He suffered so much damage at the hands of those Lings and Roaches that it's going to put him in a little bit of a bad position right now, but these Widow Mines are really helping to save that base. And as long as he can keep these Marines alive and keep stopping those Lings getting into the space, he should actually be able to build up a decent head of economy right here. While these expertly managed drops just keep on absolutely decimating Ham Sandwich's own economy. Trying to get the really fast surround on there with the drones. Does manage to pick off one of the medevacs though with the Queen. Actually is rather sensibly focusing the medevac rather than the Marines. But that is going to have delayed Ham Sandwich by quite a lot. And both these players up to a combined total of 76 worker kills in this game. But looks like Ham Sandwich are really going to be putting that Nidus Worm to even more use, getting more and more Lings out into the space, and those Widow Mines, having just fired their loads there, aren't going to have charges available here. And all Ham Sandwich really has to do at this point is just keep on piling on that Ling pressure. If he can keep Froz's economy down, he's going to be able to keep on applying all the pressure that he wants to right now. And if he can keep on forcing him to pull SCVs to clean this up, then he is going to be onto a winner here for Ham Sandwich. But this is turning into a really tense game. Both these players are actually playing really with their really intense micro sort of style gameplay here. But once again, more Lings going into that Nidus network, and they will be brought out of here in just a few moments. Froz definitely needs to work out where that is and move it into a position where he can kill it. Actually, sacrificing the Overlord as well to deal with the Widow Mines there, and sacrificing just a few of his Lings to pick up the remaining two. Really smart play here by Ham Sandwich, really being able to keep Froz on his toes here. And again, more and more Lings just streaming in, but Ham Sandwich are finally accepting defeat there after having kept up the pressure for so long in that game. And that does mean, of course, that Froz will be going on into the semi-finals. Ham Sandwich there going out with $10 as his prize for being in the 3rd, 4th position, along with his fellow 3rd, 4th player, which of course was from the previous match. which of course would have been Chromon, who went out there. So those two, so Ham Sandwich and Chromon, they're going away with the $10 prizes here, which means the finals, best of 5 series, will be between My Groin and Froz. So this is looking like it's going to be a pretty exciting matchup, and I'm definitely looking forward to casting the finals here tonight. So best of 5 will be coming up soon. Hopefully you've enjoyed this tournament, sponsored by Team LaG, of course. This is going to be it's a weekly tournament event hosted on a very regular basis. So keep your eye out for it. Make sure you follow Team LaG on Twitter. That's LagSC2 on Twitter, in order to be able to get through, to be able to follow what's going on with Team LaG and be able to get into the to be able to get into understand what's going on with the tournaments and know when the next tournaments are going to be coming up. So definitely make sure you follow Team LaG on Twitter. Make sure you check out their website as well. That's laggaming.net, and you can also find them on Facebook as well. All the links are available on their website, so make sure you go over and check out laggaming.net, and make sure you follow them on Twitter. Now, while we wait for the two players who are going to be going into the finals to get ready, I'm just going to leave you with a little bit more music while we sort out the finals here. Sorry about that, folks. A little bit of an issue there. So we actually have our Migraine here as our green Zerg down here versus Froz, our Terran in yellow up here. Of course, this is the finals. It's going to be a best of 5 series. First starting map here is going to be Neoplanet SLE, and our first place prize winner today will get $100. So the winner of this one will definitely walk away with the 100, and whoever gets the runner-up will at least get the $30 consolation prize right there. Of course, both players have done absolutely fantastically so far on the tournament. Really strong showing so far. Both players showing just really how strong that they can play in their matchups. Froz, having just demonstrated how well he can handle Zerg in the previous game in order to be even able to get into the finals, should definitely make for some interesting games this time around. But our Migraine really being able to display fantastic technical skill in his early game appearances, and really showing that he knows how to manage his fights, means that these games should be pretty cool. Should be a pretty cool series. And I'm expecting it to pretty much go the full 5 games here. I'd be very doubtful if one of these players manages to clean sweep a 3-0 here. I mean, both these players are absolutely phenomenally strong here, so I very much doubt that it will go to a clean sweep. But both players are running reasonably standard builds here at the moment. We do have the hatchery and the spawning pool going down here for Froz, droning quite heavily there. And we are already seeing the barracks coming down, and 1 gas here for for Froz here. So it's looking like it's going to be another Hellion opener here for Froz versus a pretty standard. No, actually, he's gone for the Reaper opener. Now that is quite an interesting build here. So going for Reaper instead of Hellion is a little bit of a change up here. I mean, we've previously seen Froz really go heavy on the Hellions early game. I mean, demonstrating just how effectively he can use his Hellions in the early game to really hurt that Zerg economy. But this game, really switching it up. I mean, going for the Reaper in that early game, you can still get quite a lot of damage off with them, and they're really useful for scouting, provided that you can keep them alive. And right now he's doing a little bit of a nice job here, microing, and is going to be following up with some more Reapers, going for the Reaper expansion this time around. I'm kind of a little bit disappointed by that, actually. I was really hoping that Froz would continue on with the Hellion expansion, as he was showing absolutely phenomenal strength with that in his previous matchups versus his Zerg opponents. But these Reapers can be really useful, especially once you build up a decent head of them. I mean, if he can keep these two alive for a long time, he can keep getting in and out, getting that scouting information, even sniping a few drones here and there. But he does need to be careful with them. He doesn't want to be able to lose them, especially to those queens, as they are quite valuable units in the early game and make absolutely fantastic mobile scouts. And on the back of this, of course, he's getting his expansion down nicely, and his factory is on the way along with the reactor here. So we may see a transition into either Widowmine or Hellion once again, and he's actually getting a 3rd command center as well, so he's actually playing for a slightly greedier build this game, looking to get a little bit ahead economically, and still sniping more and more drones. So while Reaper there up to 2 kills, and that one on none. So getting a few little worker kills here and there, forcing the cancel on the spine crawl. They're almost managing to kill a couple of those drones before pulling his Reapers back here. But these will be useful throughout the entire game here for that scouting potential. And now executing the switch over there for the factory, and it is going to be onto the Hellions from here. And with his 3rd CC almost completed, he should be able to secure a fairly fast 3rd base, while our Migraine is pretty much going to still be on Lings at this point. No Roach Warren having come down just yet. Got a lot of drones here though, so economy looking fairly strong for both players. Our Migraine on 35 harvesters at this point to Froz's 27. Of course, Froz can make up for that little bit of a delay with mules there, but both players really focusing quite heavily on the eco in the early portion of this game. Our Migraine actually not investing too heavily into early game links, instead relying on his queens for defense here, and looking like he wants to really get that good creep spread out across the map. 3rd hatchery also going down, so really keeping in tune here, these players getting the three early nexuses, command center and hatcheries down as quickly as possible. And it looks like Froz going to be going for the straight up bio transition from here, adding on the 3 racks. But I'm really quite surprised that we haven't yet seen the Roach Wall come down yet for our Migraine. I mean, he may not be looking to go for it this game. He does have the double evolution chamber though, and he is getting those +1 attacks for Zerg. So we're probably going to be seeing actually a little bit of Ling Baneling into Infest or Ultralisk for the late game, with some Mutas for that mid game pressure. But there's a good number of Hellions here for Froz, and he is able to do a little bit of damage here, and may actually be able to snipe a queen unless one of those can get the transfuse off. It does manage to back away just in time. But our Migraine really focusing on good creep spread this game. Already got quite a decent covering outside the front of his base, and adding on those few extra links to deal with those units there, getting stop a little bit of that harass. and actually getting a really nice surround here with those Lings. So they're going to pick off all of those Reapers, and if he can pick off the remaining 2 Hellions, that will be quite a good victory for him. Really quite substantially, actually. And in fact, it does look like he will just be able to pick that Hellion off just before it reaches the safety of home. No, some more Hellions coming out to assist their brother-in-arms there, and Froz looking like he wants to get a little bit of a repair on that one. Stim on the way, of course, and the engineering bay only just happens to be thrown down, getting the +1 upgrades now. So his upgrades are Froz's upgrades here are going to be a little bit delayed behind Almoigron's. He's gone for the double evolution chamber very early on, but we are seeing the starport now on the way. So I was expecting to see a little bit of drop play here to counteract the Baneling nest, of course, that Almoigron is throwing down to really deal with the to deal with that bio that he's probably expecting is coming. I mean, he did get the Overlord there, a nice little bit of a scout at the base, so he's going to be expecting a little bit of bio play here, and he is going to be aware now, of course, that that third is up and running. So Froz really wants to think about walling in this area here, but Almoigron could really exploit that to his advantage. A nice Ling run by now could do a lot of damage to this and really delay it until a nice wall is done right there. But it looks like Froz actually wanted to make a little bit of a push out across the map. That is a lot of Hellions there, and they have this nice little force of Marines with that Marauder to follow up here. And as long as these Hellions can deal the damage to those Zerglings that they need to do, then this will be quite good. And actually it looks like Almoigron had heard me there, looking like he wanted to move his Lings around to pressure that third base, but having to pull them back to deal with this Marine and Marauder incursion right there. Losing a lot of Hellions in that engagement though, down to just 4 now. But Froz still got a nice little supply lead here by 8 supply. So maybe I'll apply a little bit of pressure here. But once these Banelings come out, he needs to be a little bit more careful with what's going on. As if he gets stuck in that choke with the Banelings, they will do quite a lot of damage there. And they are going to push forward and do so much damage, taking out almost all those Marines there, cutting Froz's supply down to 92 almost straight away. Really good connections there by Almoigron, really being able to get those Banelings to maximise their usage. But using this as an opportunity to plant some Widow Mines there alongside that third base. And he really needs to start building his forces back up, as this is quite a nice little Ling force here now for Almoigron. And he does have a nice few units in his base, but still no bunker here. And he can plant the Widow Mines outside the front though to deal with those early Ling attacks that he should expect to be coming very, very, very soon. Almoigron though very much playing the macro game here, already adding on the 4th hatchery. And if Froz can scout this and deny it, then that would be a pretty big victory for him here, as it will stop Almoigron from getting that economic advantage that he so desperately wants to do. Though still lagging a little bit behind in upgrades. Only got that +1 weapons, but Almoigron is going to be finishing up that +2/+2 any minute now. And of course, Froz still doesn't have the +1 armor for his Terra Marines, but it looks like he will be able to see that base there. He is going to notice there, but in fact he's actually not going for it. He's looking like he wants to push on straight down towards the natural there, planting those Widow Mines almost immediately. If he can get some good connections on those Widow Mines, then this will be pretty big here for him. But he does need to be careful, especially of those Banelings, and especially of the Lings running into the Marines there to kite the Widow Mine hits there, as of course Widow Mines do deal friendly damage. And once again, Almoigron being able to clean up that attack really quite nicely with a good number of Lings left over here. The Medivacs here for Froz actually not making it all the way down over to the Marines here. But Froz really keeping up the pressure, but definitely starting to lag, I think, a little bit behind Almoigron here. Because Almoigron now getting a little bit ahead on upgrades. He's got the units out, and his Spire is going to be finishing up soon. Got the Infestation Pit, so he'll be ready to start making the transition towards the sort of late game. That late game play with the Infestors and the Ultralisks. But these Widow Mines actually really getting quite that money's worth here. Managing to pick off a few extra drones here and there. And it looks like Almoigron going to be getting the Overseers out as quickly as possible to try and deal with these before they get another shot off. But if they don't get there quick enough, he could actually lose all these Lings he's put in position to kill them, which is going to render them almost worthless at this point. Actually, instead, going to lose a nice number of drones there actually that we're transferring up. Well, both these players are actually playing really quite fantastic games here at the moment. Another command center going down for Froz, getting ready to expand that to a 4th base for zone, and more Medivacs on the way, and he has got a fairly decent number of Marines. But once this hive finishes, we will see Almoigron translate over into obviously the Infestor sort of Ultralist play, which will be absolutely devastating against that bio, unless Froz can get a decent number of Marauders out on the field. But it looks like Froz here actually looking to do a little bit of attack of his own. He's got a good number of Hellbats there, he's got a good number of Marines, and I think he wants to really shut down this 4th base as soon as he can. Mutalisks are out on the field though, and I don't think he actually quite spotted that, so he actually doesn't have any turrets up yet in his mineral lines, so he really needs to see that those Mutalisks are there, as they could easily sneak around the side while the Lings move in to deal with this Terran force there, and get a good number of worker kills. But this base is pretty much going to be taken out here by this Terran Bioforce. More units obviously arriving to reinforce. Lings coming up the ramp though to help out here. But actually being able to kite the Widowmine shots onto the Terran army itself, and a lot of really good Baneling hits going down there. So this Terran army is pretty much melting under the force here, but more and more reinforcements simply just pouring in. But that number of Mutalisks is really quite strong now. And Froz's Marines streaming in one by one. Really just not going to be able to do anything against that. He needs to group all his Marines up and get them ready, and he needs to start adding on the turrets. He's seen the Mutalisks now. He needs to get the turrets down into his mineral lines, otherwise these Mutalisks are going to cause absolute havoc at this point in the game. But actually going for a very interesting transition that I've not seen in quite a while. Getting a Thor out for his late game Terran is definitely an interesting move. I mean, he's not gone mech in this particular game. You know, I've seen a lot of people relying on the Hellbat Marine Marauder Medivac sort of trade-off here, but actually getting Thor's out, very interesting play here. Not something I've seen since Wings of Liberty, which is pretty cool indeed. Cleaning up a little Zergling run by here at his own 4th base, which he is going to be turning into a PF for a little bit of extra security there. No player having attempted to secure any of the bases in the middle yet though, which is a little bit of a shame, as taking a gold would be quite nice. But with the Thor now out on the field, he's definitely going to be able to deal with any of those Mutalisks that get at his base, but he really does need to think about adding on some turrets at his base. There's still no turrets having gone down here for Frost, and if those Mutalisks get a nice flyby, then he's going to be able to do quite a lot of damage. But coming in, looks like he's going to ignore the possibility of sniping that 4th base, recognizing it as pretty much a dead base, coming straight down here to try and engage these units, but no splits on his Marines here, and those Banelings absolutely taking those Marines out in a few seconds flat. And that Thor is now going to be at the mercy of all of those Lings. That's quite a costly engagement here, and my Groin really just showing that you can't do that. You need to be able to get those good splits against those Banelings. Really can't afford to let those Banelings connect in such a fashion. I mean, a Thor is such an expensive unit as well, and Froz losing out like that is going to put him quite a little bit behind. He is going to be able to snipe this 4th hatchery again though, but with the Ultralisks now on the field, it won't be long until we start seeing infestors as well. This Terran army is going to start melting. I mean, mostly Marines at the moment is going to fall apart against the weight of those Ultralisks. And even the Thors themselves, while they are able to do that, obviously that bonus damage, while they do have that nice damage against ground units, only 30 damage, a little better than a Marauder there. They're going to be, again, absolutely torn apart here by these Ultralisks. I mean, these Ultralisks doing 41 damage at the moment with their level 2 Kaiser Blades here. But Froz actually looking like he's going to start taking a little bit of an upgrade advantage here, as his Terran Infantry 3 is going to finish a lot before that Zerg Melee 3, which is quite a big deal here for Froz, as it's finally going to give him a little bit of a lead overall across the entirety of the game. His Marines coming in here, going to be able to do a little bit of damage to those Ultras, but he does lose the 4th base there, he does lose that PF. But he is actually going to very quickly move out and take those Banelings before they can connect with his Marine Ball. And of course he has taken this nice base up the top side here as well. Both players actually, Frost actually running too close to supply cap now, got a lot of units out on the field, adding on a lot of production right now. But Amway growing, really just being able to keep on pushing this Terran Bioforce back here, as Frost just not quite able to deal with those Banelings. Every time they hit, always decimating huge chunks of his Bio army, which is really quite costly for Amway growing. Sorry, for Frost there, as he's got to really supply really quickly. But Amway growing also not quite able to keep as many of his Zerglings alive as he would need to really apply a lot of pressure here. But this is turning into quite a long game here, and it's going to end up here coming down to, I think, 1 or 2 really epic fights, as these players really do have quite strong forces at the moment. Frost could definitely do with adding in a few more Marauders, I think, at this stage. There's that number of Ultralisks inside of Almigron's composition here is looking pretty scary right now. But with no Infestors here to pin these Terran Bio units down, Frost could simply stim and micro backwards here, but he's not doing so, only marginally And these Ultras getting so much damage done off on this Terran Force. Froz really just not microing, really going for a sort of Russian style of gameplay here, going for the battle of attrition, just confident in the fact that I can produce more units quicker than you can. And while that mentality is really quite cool given the number of bases he's on, it's not going to work out for him late game, as Almagrain is really showing a little bit better micro skills here. And if he can get any kind of infestors out as well, then he's going to be able to lock down that Terran army absolutely no problem at all. But this is Almagrain here, managing to take out this base for Froz up on the upper left-hand side there, getting a nice little number of worker kills here, and Froz actually not adding on the extra supply depots he needs to be able to take himself back up to 200 supply here, but getting more and more units. At this point I actually think he's just got a few too many medevacs here, but it's at times like this I think he should sort of pick up and do a Doom Drop. I mean, a Doom Drop now could really buy him a lot of time and do a lot of damage here to Almagrain. If he stops moving his units out across the map and flies straight for that main, takes out all the tech here for Almagrain, he's going to be in a really strong position, especially if he can snipe out that Ultralisk Cavern. But again, his units going in by ground and are going to be in a little bit of a rough position, especially now that Almagrain has those infestors out on the field, and if he can get a couple of good fungals and then the Baneling connections, he's going to be able to actually tear apart once again that Terran Force. And after actually having taken out the space at the top side here, he's going to expand there as well. But meanwhile, a double medevac drop here from Froz has taken out the base on the bottom right hand side and is moving in onto that third base location as well, looking to snipe out those bases, while the majority of Almagrain's army is forced to stay in a pretty much out of the way position. And Froz actually finally sectioning his units off, going to take that upper left base as well. But meanwhile, gearing up towards a big engagement here in the middle. A couple of nice fungals going off there, locking down a few of those Terran units. But this is proving to be a very interesting, if long, game here. As if these Marines and Marauders can take out this hatchery, that will be quite a big victory here for Froz, as this is one of few of Almagrain's actual mining bases right now. And it looks like he is going to be able to finish that off, get the pickup, and then fly out of there. And if he's going to get into the main now, he could potentially snipe some of those tech buildings, and that would really set Almagrain back. Meanwhile, the main force here for Froz moving back in on this fourth base location, and is going to be able to snipe in. Not nearly enough units here to deal with this, I don't think. But again, huge infested, huge fungals there, an absolutely massive Baneling hit, absolutely pulling apart that Terran army with no problem at all. But Froz so quickly remaxing here, and he's getting more and more Marauders out there. These Marauders just running blindly into the fray there, actually rallied over slightly wrong, but managing to at least take out those Ultralisks. And if he can start sniping out the Infestors and the Queens that are keeping his Ultralisks alive as well, he will be in a good shape here. But 2 Marines left here for Froz from this drop. May actually be able to take out the spawning pool, but we do have the Greater Spire up now here for Almagrain, so we could even see a late game transition into maybe even Broodlord. But those Marines finally being picked up after having done so much damage inside of Froz's bases, denying this base, picking off the base down here at the bottom right as well. So Almagrain starting to look a little bit of a precarious section here. Froz throwing Marine after Marine after Marine at him, and really just managing to starve him out. Once again, another drop here. Going to be able to take out this upper left base here, and if he can start to take the drones as well, that will be huge, as that base is now gone again. And he's Almagrain really just focusing right now on starving out. Sorry, Almagrain just really being starved out here by Froz. Froz just really playing this battle of attrition here, not really too worried about microing his individual units against this army, not worried too much about the stutter step and stim. Just really quite content to sit here and say, I'm just going to wait until you absolutely run out of minerals, as he manages to deny this base once again, leaving actually Almagrain only on 1 mining hatchery at this point in time. He does have another hatchery going up down here to try and get that base back, and another little drop here, but that is going to be picked up by the Infestors here, and a few Infested Terrans should be able to shoot that down with no problems at all, along with the Queens. Almagrin though definitely needs to make a little bit of a move out sometime soon. If he's not quick about moving out here, he will be absolutely steamrolled, as once again another attack down here takes out this third base once again, forcing another hatchery to be put down, and this is constantly just more and more expense here for Almagrin. I mean, 300 minerals at a time is does tend to start racking up as it goes, but it looks like Froz wanting to gear up for another drop here. Got the 3 medevacs loaded up now, and will likely go down and hit that third and then swing into the main again. Froz just literally all over the place at the moment, dropping constantly, and Almagrin actually on very low army supply, only 138 in comparison to Froz's 200 there. So Froz definitely got a little bit of an upper side at the moment, quite content to just try and starve Almagrin out, and so far it's actually turning into to quite a long game in that regards, moving one medevac here to deal with that hatchery while moving in to get these tech buildings. Froz definitely wanting to pick up this tech. If he can pick up this tech, he will be in a much better place. But Almagrin actually adding on Corrotas now, so we could see a little bit of a transition into Broodlord, or possibly even using Corruptors to snipe out the medevacs. But meanwhile, the huge army here of Froz is going to barrel on down. The Broodlords are actually there. They have just finished morphing in, but it's not going to be enough. He still has a lot of Marines here, and the Marauders are just going to go to town on the Orcus while the Marines are able to deal with those Broodlords very quickly. And for every unit that Froz is losing, he is pretty much instantly remaxing again. Almagrin definitely in a lot of trouble right now, and especially if he loses that Greatest Fire. No more Broodlords here, and his base at the top denied again by another drop, and really just Froz all over the place with his drops right now, really just keeping on that pressure. And despite the fact he keeps losing huge chunks of his army, does manage to get a nice lift off here to pull back. He is simply walking all over Almagrin, down at 60 supply now in comparison to Froz's 187. I'm pretty certain this is going to be a game one almost over in just a few moments, as that Ultra's Cavern has just gone down, and Almagrin just throw down the GG there. Froz taking game one after some pretty impressive drop play right there. So that was a fairly long game actually, 31 in-game minutes there, as both these players were really duking it out. Froz definitely going for the more sort of Russian military style battle of attrition. I'm not going to care about microing my units away from your banelings, I'll just keep throwing more and more into the fray. But a really cool game. So that now puts Froz at 1-0 against Almagrin in this best of 5 series. Just going to be waiting for the players to sort out which map they want to play as their second game, and we'll be jumping into that as soon as possible, as we see exactly how the next game is going to unfold. Once again, it is going to be a TVZ matchup. Just got to wait for the map choice to come through, and one of these players of course will be walking away with $100. So while we wait for these players to ready into the games, I'm just going to leave you with a little bit of music while we take a quick break. And here we are, just going to be jumping now into the next game here between Froz and Groin as they take part on Daybreak here. This will be match 2 of their best of 5 series. Froz, of course, already a 1-0 lead up, but here we are with Groin, our Zerg in green on the south side of Daybreak versus Froz, our Terran in yellow on the north side of Daybreak. Froz showing an absolutely commanding gameplay style in the first game, absolutely playing a massive battle of attrition with Groin, willing to throw away units without being, without really worrying about splitting or microing against the Banelings, just really focusing his army on keeping Groin's army really occupied while he executed these absolutely devastating drops around the map, which was really cool and made for a really fun game. Both players actually taking a huge number of expansions in that game and really stretching out for a really nice long macro game. So we'll have to see whether or not Groin is able to pull a game back here against Froz and take it through to game 3 as 1-all, or whether or not Froz will take this game as well and go 2-0 against Groin before moving into that game 3. So, we do actually see the barracks being thrown down now for Froz, and it looks like we are actually going to see a little bit of a... I'm just wondering whether or not it's actually going to be the hatchery first again for Groin, and it looks like it is. He does have the drone getting ready to move down into position, so Groin going for a very standard typical build, hatchery first into spawning pool. But the curious thing is whether or not Froz will decide to go for that Reaper harass again, or whether or not he's going to go for the early game Hellion harass. I mean, he had a lot of success with the Hellion harass, but he also had a little bit of success with the Reaper harass. But it'd be interesting to see exactly how he decides he wants to fast expand out this game. Both players, though, absolutely playing wonderfully so far. Congratulations on both of them to making it this far through the tournament. And of course, whoever wins this best of 5 series will walk away with $100, and the second place will get $30. So congratulations to you guys for at least making it through to the finals here and getting that nice chunk of the prize pool straight away. And he's got the Marine on the way out rather than the Reaper, so it looks like Froz is definitely going to be going for the Hellion expansion here as opposed to the Reaper, which if he can get a decent number of Hellions into Groin's base, could do a lot of damage. Groin, though, of course, got his gas on now, got his spawning pulled down, so we'll be seeing speed come out probably as soon as that finishes and he hits that 100 gas mark. Both players playing fairly standard gameplay styles at the moment, playing very defensively, playing pretty normal. Though, of course, Groin's going to be able to get a little bit of an economic lead right now, as he does have his natural expansion down a lot quicker at this point in time and get those few extra drones out very quickly. With the factory on the way, though, and the reactor on the way, it's going to be an interesting thing to watch out for, as, of course, once those Hellions start popping out, if Froz can do a lot of economic damage early on in the game, he's going to be put in a much more commanding position, which will simply translate further and further into the late game, unless Groin can really bring back his bring something back from those ashes of all of his crispy fried drones. Speed, though, on the way now for Groin, so he's getting ready a little bit here. Speedlings are able to keep up with Hellions pretty nicely, though it depends on whether or not he'll actually be forced to make some of them early on, and with no, but he is actually getting the fast spine crawler out. He did of course see the I believe he saw the factory with his overlord that was just in the region. And actually, interestingly enough, Froz going to scout with his barracks, so looking like he's wanting to go very much mech this game. I mean, not having the barracks out and about is very interesting. No, apparently just a misclick on his behalf. That is going back now. Just thinking for a second then, scouting barracks when you're going mech, very interesting to see. But with that one spine crawler now at the front, these Hellions are going to have a little bit of a tougher time getting into the base, and with the Zerglings lining up on the ramp quite nicely there, that's going to stop them getting in. One goes down almost immediately. Groin really fully prepared for this, and not going to let those Hellions by for as long as possible. And with the extra queens out now, any more Hellion attacks will probably prove to be a little bit fruitless at this point in time. It won't surprise me before too long, actually, if we see Groin throw down the Roach Warren as a responder to that. Of course, he's seen the Hellions now. He's known that it's got the factory tech with the reactor, so he knows that there's going to be a little bit light on other units. And Froz is probably going to start thinking about adding on a few extra Marauders to defend against the likelihood of a quick Hellion attack, and of course more factories. Actually, he is going in for a more mech build this game, adding on an extra factory here with the tech lab. So it looks like we're going to see a little bit of siege tank Hellbat play here. With the late game transition into Thors and possibly Vikings as well in case of obviously Broodlords. And Frost's got a nice count of Hellions here now. Is going to be able to roast all of those lings on that ramp and likely make it up into the main with a careful bit of micro there, getting 5 in there. So if these guys can do a lot of damage now, then that will be well worth that sacrifice. Does get a few kills immediately. Before our Migraine is able to pull those drones. But all those drones are actually quite nicely lined up here. I mean, if Frost can get his Hellions around in time, he may be able to pick up some nice kills. But our Migraine actually executing a really nice Zergling surround there and stopping those Hellions from going anywhere at all. And now has a pretty nice wall in at the front here with the 2 Evolution Chambers and that Spine Crawler. But this is definitely looking like a very interesting build here. Actually producing more Hellions, so perhaps getting the tech lab here just for the transformation servers to turn his remaining Hellions into Hellbats as needed. And our Migraine actually extending a little bit out across the map. Well, and he'll soon start droning up here for his third base. So both players actually playing really quite interesting at the moment. I mean, Migraine playing very much a macro style game, got that third base down very quickly. But Frost going for the more sort of interesting mech style build. I mean, he's getting siege tanks now. And he is actually going for the Infernal Pre-Igniter upgrade there for his Hellion. So looking like he wants to go Hellion Siege Tank, which is definitely a hark back to Wings of Liberty. I mean, a lot of players now tend to be going Siege Tank Hellbat rather than Siege Tank Hellion, which of course don't benefit from the Infernal Pre-Igniter upgrades there. But he is also still getting a decent number of Marauders out, which is an interesting choice, especially in case of, I suppose, those early potential Roach attacks. But it looks like our Migraine wanting to have a little bit of a poke in here. He does have a decent number of Lings, and is actually just going to spread these around the map, actually, to make sure he can deny as many Terran expansions as possible for as long as possible. But with the Baneling Nest on the way, this is actually a bit of a bad choice here for our Migraine, as of course he's not really aware that his opponent is going to be going for mech, and Banelings aren't really going to be able to do all that much against that mech force. I mean, siege tanks can soak more than a few Baneling hits with relative ease here, and once again a good number of Hellions here going to be streaming forwards, and they're going to be pretty much hitting the third base as this Infernal Pre-Igniter upgrade finishes. Only 10 more in-game seconds for that, at which point their DPS against those light units is going to simply go through the roof. And as our Migraine is pretty much focusing on Lings at the moment, that is a pretty big move. And we are actually seeing a Thor coming out now here for Froz, so he's definitely moving into the mech transition, adding on a couple more factories as well. So this is going to be a really big mech build here, which is a lot of fun. I've not seen very much mech in TVC for quite a while, so it will be quite nice to see. In the interim time though, just roaming around with these Hellions, really keeping the pressure up here. But it looks like our Migraine here is going to go into that spy tech as soon as possible. I mean, if you can get these kind of Mutalisks up, those Hellions and Siege Tanks are going to count for absolutely nothing. It's a very safe idea to transition to there. But unbeknownst to him, of course, Froz is already pretty much on the process of countering that straight away by getting the early game Thors out as quickly as possible. And these Hellions actually having a nice little bit of a run by here, getting a few kills on some Lings there, and now going to be able to absolutely toast all these drones, which have nicely lined up. That was a good number of kills right there. Spinecrawler and the Queen doing as much work as they can, but that was a pretty decent number of worker kills. Up to 14 workers killed by Froz right now. And Migraine looking like he wants to make something happen a little bit here. Got his Lings moving out across the map, and they're going to be looking to try and put some pressure on to that base of Froz, who is still, of course, only on 2 bases at this point in time. He really needs to start getting his extra command centers down to expand outwards, and in fact he has going for the third base here, but it has been spotted by that Zergling, which is going to be able to pick up the SCV with absolutely no problems at all. But he does have a decent number of factories in his base now, and he's producing siege tanks, Hellions and Thors at quite an alarming rate. A little bit of a tussle here actually. The Zerglings being able to pick off the siege tanks really quickly, and that is actually quite a big loss. Siege tanks expensive units, and he loses almost all the Marauders as well. That one barely getting away on just 5 HP there. So Migraine actually going for a really quite a nice little attack there. That actually did quite a substantial amount of damage. And Froz really couldn't afford that. I mean, losing the siege tanks was a pretty big deal. I mean, he's got one there now in position, but he did lose almost 3 siege tanks in that fight. especially with this mech build. I mean, as all those units are really expensive units, it's going to be costing quite a lot at this stage. And with the Mulus now incoming, he needs to be very careful with what's going on, because he does have the turrets up at his bases, expecting that immediate follow-up. So that's actually quite a small number of Mulus. They shouldn't really get too much. They will be able to take out that turret, but the natural middle line there is the middle line there is quite well defended. These Mulus should just be able to hover just out of range though, and possibly snipe out the refinery. The Thor's moving into place though, ready to push those back and away from that ever so important Vespian gas. And actually up to quite a strong count of Thors right now. 5 Thors, including the one inside the base. And with the siege tanks, Hellbats, Hellions and Marauders, this is actually looking to be quite a formidable force that Froz has here. He's 138 supply to Oh My Groin's 120. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly how Oh My Groin really responds to this. I really feel like he should be going straight into the Vipe attack as quickly as possible, and getting the Hydralisks out. I mean, Hydralisks with Vipers, being able to pull those Thors in straight away and actually crush them. Meanwhile though, these Lings are going to be getting a nice run by on that third base, picking up quite a few worker kills actually. That's equalising the workers kill count, and being able to get straight in. We're going to be able to take out a free Thor here as well, though there is one on the high ground. But with no units in that bunker, it is almost worthless. It's well worth sacrificing at this point, and even more workers are going to go down to those Lings. Now up to 27 workers killed. But on the back of this though, Froz is just running in at that 4th base there, and it's going to absolutely stomp it to pieces here with those Hellions and Hellbats, and those Thors just being able to kick out so much damage. He's even brought a few SCVs along for the ride, ready to repair any units as need be. And while my grain is remaxed pretty quickly here on the Roaches, I just don't know whether it's going to be enough to deal with these Thors, as long as these SCVs come over to repair. But they're actually stuck fighting fighting the Extractor right there. A little bit of a miss micro right there, but Froz did lose a lot of siege tanks in that engagement and a lot of SCVs along to that Ling run, by losing up to 29 workers killed now. And it looks like our migraine actually on 69 harvesters, so miles ahead right now in terms of economy. So losing those SCVs is really quite costly there for Froz. And now this really strong roach push is going to come back from our migraine. Really smart with his roaches, and we'll probably be able to pick off more than a few of these Thors right now. In basically two-shotting them, the number of roaches is just so high, they're literally two-shotting all of these Thors, and that is a rough position to be in. Siege tank on the high ground, they're going to provide some cover, and a lot of these roaches going down pretty quickly, but Ammo Groin able to remax on those really ridiculously quickly, and there simply are no siege tanks. Froz actually missed microing that one, it is going down to the lower ground, and will get sniped out, and it looks like Ammo Groin is going to be able to take this back and push into these bases. The siege tanks on the high ground, they're going to really help keep Froz's base defended. But meanwhile, got some nice Hellion attacks coming in and dealing a lot more damage to this these mineral lines at the natural here, taking the number of workers killed now to 52 in Froz's favour. And while that roach attack is going to likely be able to do a lot of damage here, there are enough siege tanks up here on the high ground that it is not going to breach that defence right now. Though those two siege tanks on the high ground not quite sieging quickly enough to be able to defend against that, and more siege tanks already on the way out. And that roach rush is essentially being stopped in its tracks at that point. So really well played by both these players. Ammo Grain actually applying a lot of pressure here, really denying the natural here, doing a lot of damage, taking out a lot of Thors, really big expensive units, and cutting Froz down to only 79 supply. But Froz really being able to really deal with the situation and moving back out across the map and getting a nice number of workers killed there. 52 worker kills for Froz to 41 for Almagroin. So income though is looking pretty good in Almagroin's favour at the moment. 68 harvesters to Froz's 43. So once Almagroin gets these 4th and 5th base saturated, his income is pretty much going to rocket sky high. But Ultralisks now out here for Almagroin, and these siege tanks are going to have their work cut out a little bit. The Planetary Fortress does go down, but these siege tanks are going to be chasing these Ultralisks down right now, looking to get a few extra kills. And it's definitely looking like Froz has been put a lot on the back foot by that pressure that Almagroin put out in the early game. And he has got a nice number of siege tanks here. Any good number of Lings will do a lot of damage to those. Looks like there was a little bit of an attack over here that those Ultralisks have just finished up. But I think it's definitely going to come down to the next engagement. If Froz can take a decent engagement, he may still have a chance at doing some damage here. But based on the number of Ultralisks now that Almagroin is being able to get out on the field, it's looking a lot harder. especially as Froz is only on 2 bases right now with a limited number of workers, and in comparison to Almagroin, who's now on, of course, 5 bases and has a phenomenal income, and is going to be able to get out those units. And adding on the Broodlords as well is just going to be cruel, because those siege tanks not being able to shoot up are going to be pretty much murdered immediately. But it looks like they're getting ready to have a little bit of a fight right now. The siege tanks are being forced to back away by the Broodlord, getting a nice sort of broodling shot off. But Froz here, about to go for it, moves in. His siege tank's actually managing to pretty much instant pop one of the Ultras. But as the Broodlords are morphing in, they're going to be able to start raining destruction down upon this mostly mech composition, and those Ultras are going to town on those floors. So Froz throws out a GG there, giving Oh My Groin a win in this series, in this best of 3 series, tying the series up so far. So we'll be looking forward to having to see exactly how that goes in the 3rd game, seeing which one goes, and I fully expect this actually to go through to the full 5 games, as both these players are playing really quite strongly here. Now, we will be taking a quick break, and we'll be back with the next game in just a few moments. Okay, players have decided on the next map. It is going to be Aquilon Waste, just readying into the game now as we continue this best of 5 series between Froz and Out My Groin for a $100 grand prize for the LaG weekly tournament here. So looking forward to another fantastic game. Both these players already playing so strongly against one another in the early showing rounds that they have had so far. And it should make for another absolutely brilliant match to watch here as we dive right in on Aquilon Wastes here with Froz, our Terran in yellow up here on the north side versus Out My Groin, our Zerg in green on the south side. So far a 1-all split. Froz showing absolutely fantastic drop play in the first game, which allowed him to just wage a battle of attrition with his main army while taking out all those key important Zerg structures. Second game, Out My Groin takes the win by holding off Froz's attacks, being able to deny the Hellion run by that he so desperately wanted, and then being able to crush his mostly mech force with a nice transition through into Ultralisks and Broodlords. So both players playing absolutely fantastically here, absolutely great styles to see, and it's going to be definitely a very interesting 3rd game here. So far though, I have absolutely no predictions on who's going to take it. I mean, they both play absolutely strongly, completely, but if I had to give anybody a little bit of an edge on this map, I'd definitely say it was probably Froz, because this map has absolutely fantastic dead airspace here for a lot of Terran drop play, and we did see him use those Terran drops so effectively in game number 1. So I'd like to see a little bit of a repeat of that in this game, and hopefully that will follow through. Of course, we do have the barracks already going down here for Froz, and the refinery as well. So we'll likely be either seeing a reactor factory opening or a Reaper opening into the fast expansion. Of course, Out My Groin going straight for the standard Zerg thing and getting that hatchery down first, and then we'll see the pool follow up into that gas to get that early speed. So once again, both players starting off with very standard builds, no attempted cheese play here. Both going to sit back and say, yep, we're going to play standard macro style so far. And as that barracks finishes up, it looks like Froz is going to be going again for the reactor Hellion opening, as he has got that first Marine on the way, so the factory will be coming down shortly. And I actually like the reactor Hellion openings. It does provide a lot of safety against those early Ling attacks for Terran against Zerg. Both these players displaying absolute aptitude for their races though at this point in time. Managing to just deny that scout getting into the base with nicely raised supply depots there by Froz, being able to prevent that from seeing the factory being added on. But of course our Migrone's got to think at this point, if it's got to be the Marines out, it's got to be the reactor opening if he did get that gas. So our Migrone probably got a pretty good read on this already. I mean, Froz has done the same thing almost 3 games in a row. The only exception was obviously the first game where he opened up with the Reaper instead. But if our Migrone had the opportunity to watch any of his matches, he'll know that he'd like that early, really fast Hellion expansion there. So our Migrone going to be able to prepare for that pretty well, I'd imagine. Being already getting the Queens on the way, I'd imagine I'll see a Spinecrawler come down soon as well. And once speed hits as well, the Speedlings are pretty much going to be able to stop any more Hellion shenanigans, especially if a good walling with evolution chambers is used at that natural ramp. Expansion now going down for Froz though at the 4-minute 40 mark there, so it's going to be a little bit delayed in comparison to our Migrone. It's not going for that 14 expansion as you will see some Terrans do against Zerg, electing to play a little bit safely by waiting for those Hellions to be on the way. But hopefully they'll be able to get in and do some damage. Of course we saw Froz use them in his semi-final matchup to do absolutely phenomenal damage to that eco line, which proved to be really quite devastating to his opponent, gave him such a huge edge here. But already those 2 Hellions on the way out of the map. Of course, our Migrone does have the Spinecrawler on the way, but there is a lot of dead space right here in which Froz could pretty much get straight up that ramp and into the natural, sorry, into the main. And with no Spinecrawler here, those Zerglings will, those drones will likely be toasty dead meat. But of course it all depends on whether or not those Hellions can get up the ramp, but our Migrone positioning his Lings on the ramp to prevent just such hijinks until of course the 2 extra Hellions here join up with the 2 Hellions already inside the base, and suddenly this will look just a little bit scarier as that amount of splash damage will of course have gone up, and more Hellions on the way as well. Moving our shore so that Spinecrawler into position at the front, and these Hellions are going to get a little bit of a drive-by here into the natural mineral. I'm going to get a few Ling kills here, but being surrounded quite nicely and picked off pretty quickly. 2 Hellions already down, 3 Hellions, and there goes the 4th. So only actually getting 1 worker kill for 4 Hellions. Did however also manage to secure 8 Zergling kills, which isn't too bad, but it's not really the most cost-effective trade that Froz could have had. Especially as that's only really 250 minerals worth of units for 4 Hellions, which is 400 minerals worth of units. So that's already looking a little bit shaky there for Froz. His Hellion harassment isn't particularly doing what he wants it to do. But I'm very curious to see if he decides to go for that really fast mech again this game. No, he is actually adding on the 2 barracks, so he's going back to that bio style of play that he used in game 1, which he was able to absolutely crush with. And our Migrone here actually taking a very fast third here, looking to keep up that macro gameplay, rebuff that first Hellion attack now, and looking to really cement an economic lead as quickly as possible. More Hellions going to be trying to stream in though, but they are halted by that Queen and that nice number of Zerglings there. And instead of going to split off around the side, do scout that there is the 3rd there now. And if they're lucky, may actually be able to pick off this Queen if they can take out these Lings. Some good micro here from Froz could allow him to take out all of these Lings and even get the Queen as well, which would be a pretty decisive victory. I think our Migrone recognising the potential danger here, starting to back off his Queen ever so slightly. But those Hellions now on just a little bit too low HP to do anything else at this time. And we're actually seeing the Zerg melee attacks and ground carapace going down as opposed to the range, so it definitely looks like our Migrone not going to be wanting to go for his Roach play in this game. Going to be looking like it's going to be another Ling Baneling game into that Infesta, Ultralisk, Broodlord style of late game ending. But Froz at the moment keeping pretty good map control at the moment, being very active with his Hellions and adding on obviously his reactors to his barracks there, so he's going to start producing Marines at a pretty fearsome rate. And both players actually fairly equal on supply at the moment as well, though Al Migraine does have slightly more workers at this point in time. He does have that third base up now, so his economy is going to get that little bit of an extra boost that Froz's just won, as his Hellion run-bys have not been able to inflict any kind of damage that he really wanted them to do. And once again, great surrounds here from Al Migraine, being able to pull those Hellions apart in simply a matter of seconds, meaning that once again Froz not getting those cost-efficient trades that he really needs for that number of Hellions. It looks like our Migraine actually wanted to do a little bit of a counter-attack here. Got a nice sort of force of Lings that are going to be running up this ramp. And there are only 4 Hellions there. A decent number of Marines though, but only 4 Hellions, and that is going to cause a few problems there. But actually they have moved down to the low ground, preparing to look after that third base, and only just moving back into position here. And in fact, if those Zerglings get down onto that command center now, they could actually cause the cancel almost straight away. But I think Froz sensing danger there, moving his forces just into the correct positions. And once again, Al Migraine going straight on for that Spire play as quickly as possible. So we'll soon see the Mutalisks coming out, and likely the transition as well into Corruptors and then Broodlords. Definitely, Froz is definitely lagging a little bit behind in upgrades though. Al Migraine actually working on his 2-2 right now, so got a little bit of an upgrade advantage for his units there. And that is going to give him a little bit of an edge, especially against those Hellion fights. But it looks like Froz wants to make something happen here. He's got this quite nice force here. 2 Medivacs are out, and he's going to push in. It looks like he's going to be making tracks straight in for that natural base. And if he can secure a foothold in here now and cause problems, then he will do a lot of damage. Actually managing to force the cancel on the Banelings, and that is a pretty big win for Froz right there, as he does not want to put himself in a position where Banelings are going to be able to kill all of those Marines. And if he is able to snipe that natural, that is going to cause a lot of problems for Al Migraine. But his forces are going to actually be picked up by a large, really well executed Zergling surround there. But they have managed to cause a reasonable amount of damage in that intervening time right there, causing Al Migraine a few problems there, as Froz manages to do just a little bit of economic damage and force that army back home really, so he can take his own third expansion pretty safely. Both these players though playing absolutely viciously this game. Froz executing drop after drop after drop, just looking for those opportunities, moving those injured units around, just seeing where they can snipe units here and there, and he's even going to be able to pick off a few more drones, it would just look like. Macro hatches going down for Al Migraine as well, really looking to increase his unit production right now. And once again, another drop up here inside the main from those Medivacs. Going to be able to do so much damage, and the 3 Mutalisks are just popping out, not quite going to be able to do enough. And the 3 more have joined in though from the natural base, and may be able to pick off both of those Medivacs pretty quickly. But man, Froz just all over the place at the moment, really just keeping the pressure up, and does manage to take out one of the Mutalisks down here as well, with even more units on the way in all the time. Froz is going straight back to game 1 and just going pressure. I'm just going to keep you so much under pressure you have no idea what to do anymore. And it looks like he's going to make tracks again on this third base, and he'll probably snipe it as well. And if he can take the macro hatchery as well, that will be a big advantage for him right here, as it will cut down the amount of unit production that Al Migraine can get out at any one time quite drastically. But you just need to be careful of these Banelings that are coming in now. If Al Migraine can get a good surround on, get a good hit with those Banelings, then he's going to be in all the problems. And he does. Those Baneling connects absolutely beautiful, taking the majority of that drop force. But meanwhile, another drop going off here at the 4th base. Froz just all over the place right now with his Marines and Medivacs. And Al Migraine really just forced to pull his army left, right and centre to try and deal with this. Not quite certain exactly where to go, and losing quite a number of Mutalisks as well to these little fights, as those Marines are being able to pick them off quite quickly. And once again, Froz getting ready to move out with another army, as he transfers a nice chunk of SCVs there down to that 3rd base. Al Migraine definitely needs to make something happen sometime soon though. He's definitely running in a little bit of a lagged out position here, and lost creep spread there means that that evolution chamber is going to die, and likely die before it can finish the ground carapace level 3, down to 30 HP right now. And those spore crawlers not yet gone down, and that is pretty big. Does drop the creep tumors though, but that does go down by that well-timed Marine attack right there, as Marines come steaming in the front door of Al Migraine once again. But with this time not being able to get on the Banelings quick enough, it looks like those Banelings will be able to finish morphing just in time and connect with all those Marines. Once again, another huge Baneling connection here for Al Migraine, as Froz's army is decimated by that next acidic splash. But another army force once again moving out. It looks like Froz is pretty much just creating army after army here and moving them out as each one dies, and it is a really scary proposition. And he has quite a number of medevacs that are built up, because every time an army dies he's recovering the medevacs and saving them with his units. Though Armagroin working on those Ultralisks now, and if he can hit off on a good number of Ultralisks here, he will be absolutely able to tear through these little armies that Froz keeps sending. But that is a good number of Banelings here, some nice connections there. Roll up most of that army into a neat little package of blood and dismembered limb bits. Froz, though, definitely going to have to be careful at this point now. Trying to play that same sort of style, battle of attrition again, may not work out in this game, especially as these Ultralisks are now on the field for Armagroin, and he is going to be ready to use them and try and take this to a 2-1 in his favour. But Froz's army once again looking pretty scary, and if he goes for a big old Doom drop right now, he could do a lot of damage inside that main and once again snipe out maybe the Ultralisk Cavern and force the rebuild there for Armagroin. I mean, if he can snipe that Ultralisk Cavern, that is going to be once again a big victory, especially if he can snipe it before he finishes, obviously, the Chitinous Plating research. But either way, those 3 Ultralisks being pulled up to the high ground means that this little force here is going to have absolutely free reign to once again come down on this 4th base and simply destroy it. Ultras trying to move down to intercept here, while the dropship here just waiting to unload all of those units. And actually Froz picking up all those units under attack from the Ultras and moving straight on over, looking like he's going to go and do another attack there in the natural, while he's dropping inside the main again, and can easily move on to sniping that Ultralisk Cavern, sniping the spawning pool as he sees fit. And once again, big drop here, though he does get a nice pick up there, and moves straight down to the 3rd base of Armagroin, looking to apply that pressure. Meanwhile, though, a lot of links here for Armagroin, going to come in, find that 4th base here for Froz, and be able to force the cancel right there. But Froz really just going for broke here against Armagroin, just keeping on all constantly with drop after drop, and it's really quite cool to watch here as he's executing these absolutely marvellously and really keeping the army of Armagroin pulled out of position. I can't even begin to count the amount of damage here that Froz has been able to do to his opponent right now. If we have a quick look at that units lost tab, wow, Armagroin down to 15,000 resources lost in comparison to Froz's 8,000, which is a pretty big divisive gap. I mean, Armagroin must have been losing some pretty expensive units here, pretty expensive structures as well. And once again, another attack from Froz coming in here, just being able to poke and poke and poke at those Ultralisks, and as long as he can keep avoiding the Banelings, he is really doing quite well at this stage. And I actually losing track here. There are literally drops all over the place. Every time I see an army in one position, there is a drop over entirely on the other side of the map. Froz actually doing an absolutely fantastic job here of keeping this army so off balance. Ultras being forced to be left at bases instead of with the main army group, simply to deal with incoming drops. And that is actually quite huge here, as the more Ultralisks that Froz can keep at bases, the better it's going to become for the rest of his army here, as once again his units get ready and ball into position here, ready to stream forwards into the space, while he drops again inside the main here, and if he can snipe that Ultralisk Cavern, he's going to be in such a good place. But meanwhile, those Banelings getting some really nice connections there as they push forwards, but those Ultralisks sustaining really heavy damage here from Froz, and Froz has got so much production behind this that he is remaxing very, very quickly. 166 to 117 right now, and every time he picks off an Ultralisk, that is just going to cause more and more problems for Armagroin, because he just does not have the Queens really to support those units and to keep them alive. And in fact, most of his Queens have actually been sniped off by this point, so he's not even getting the lava injections, and that is really big right here. More Ultras on the way into this fight though, but this Terran Force is just going to keep on coming in over and over again, and it's looking very precarious now for Armagroin, as Froz is once again at 188 supply to Armagroin's only 100, and if more and more snipes can be done on these bases, it's just going to get harder and harder. Though Armagroin does now have those infestors out on the field, some good fungal growth here could really actually turn the game right around, managing to catch a few units right there, and even getting the medevacs as well. So if Almagrain plays a little bit sensibly now with these infestors, he may be able to make a fairly solid comeback. But Froz is looking so powerful right now, so dangerous, and even adding on the vehicle and ship plating level 3 there to make sure that his medivacs can last out just that little bit longer in those fights. And already expanding out now to 5 bases, another army nicely built up here at home for Froz, and he will be able to push forward and simply push these Zerg bases back one by one, absolutely showcasing the beautiful art of keeping Zerg completely hemmed in the bases as Terran. I mean, this is an example of how you should be playing TVZ as Terran, being able to just really lock your opponent down onside that limited number of bases. Froz displaying absolutely brilliant skill and picking up once again, micromanaging that drop absolutely perfectly as he knows his main force is on its way down. I actually fear a little bit for Almagrain here. This army that's coming in now is going to be looking quite nasty, and as long as his army is held up here, preoccupied with this drop and all those medivacs, this army is just going to have free reign to walk right in the front door and once again cause even more damage. Actually, swinging around to the side here, going to go for the third with that macro hatchery. Smart choice, being able to cut off a lot of those reinforcements is a pretty important move here. And if you can take out this remaining number of Ultralisks, then it's pretty much just going to be game over for Almagrain here. There's no way you can really hold it from this point on unless Froz makes some absolutely ridiculously crazy stupid mistakes. Especially now that he's lost the macro hatchery, and there goes the GG. Almagrain throwing that game over there to Froz, accepting his defeat gracefully. Taking it to 2-1 in favour of Froz, who will be going on to our game 4 in just a second here in this best of 5 series between Froz and Almagrain, and we'll just be taking a quick break while we wait for the players to ready up and to choose the next map. Okay, we will be jumping very shortly into the next game here between these two players, which is going to be on Whirlwind LE, as they are just readied into the game, so we will dive right on in with them. Currently, Up in the top left-hand side here, we have our Migraine, our Zerg player here in green, versus Froz, our Terran, in yellow on the upper right-hand side. And so far, both these players had an absolutely amazing showing all the way through. This, of course, is the finals, best of 5 series here. Froz on match point only needs to win one more game. Now, of course, our Migraine needs to win this one and then the next one to bring it back. And the winner of this best of 5 will walk away with $100 from the prize pool, and the runner-up, of course, will only get 30. So a little bit on the stake here, a nice little chunk of money here on the line for both of these players, and hopefully we'll see some more great games. I mean, Froz absolutely, in the 2 games that he's won so far, has absolutely just been dominating with constant and repetitive drop play all over the place, really keeping our Migraine completely off balance with that constant sort of harassment, which has been really strong from start to finish. Of course, the game that our Migraine took away from him was when Froz decided to go for that mech build, and our Migraine simply was able to overpower him with a good amount of Ultralisks and that transition into late game Broodlords. So I'm very interested to see exactly what both players decide to do this time around. It wouldn't surprise me if Froz opened up exactly the same as previously. So he's going to probably likely go again for that bio-style play, and it wouldn't surprise me to see our Migraine go once again for that Ling Baneling into Mutalisk, then ultimately into Ultralisk Infest gameplay for the final. But already getting that early expansion out, of course, in this 4-player spawn map, not knowing where the other opponents spawn, you can, generally speaking, get away quite safely with taking that early expansion. So we are actually seeing a very early CC here for Froz. He is going to, actually, it looks like he's going for the 14 CC as well, and then with the 15 rack. So you may actually see a 3 CC build coming out here, which would be pretty cool to watch, as you don't often get to see it much except in the high level kind of tournament play, as it does give Terrans the opportunity to really keep on par with that Zerg economy in the early game. Of course, spawning pool already gone down here for our Migraine, so he's going to be getting ready to start producing Lings, getting ready to get a little bit of defense on, and with the gas on the way now as well for Froz, we'll likely see this turn into a transition into Hellion. So not really a Hellion expand as it has been previously, but definitely going for the Hellions for defense in that early game. And of course, our Migraine now going to be well aware that his opponent is in this upper corner here, having scouted that command center pretty early on with his first Overlord, and Froz is going to be going to confirm that his opponent is in the upper left hand corner, it would seem. Going to be able to see that expansion has gone down already. No gas yet on the way though for our Migraine, so no fast speed in this particular game. And Froz meanwhile getting the double orbital command pretty much at the same time here, so going to have a little bit of an advantage bonus here by being able to start muling at precisely the same times. And we might even see a little bit of a gas steal here, but that SCV, hero SCV there, getting a last touch on that worker and preventing that from going down. And we actually do have that fast factory, but no reactor yet on the way. Still waiting for some extra units here, but double gas having been taken already here by Froz, so we may be seeing a little bit more of a tech base build. It is in fact the reactor going down, and our Migraine already expanding out to a 3rd base, so knowing that the map is quite big, definitely taking a little bit of a risk, but really just trying to cement that macro lead. Zergs of course still want to remain 1 base ahead of Terrans for as much and as long for as long as possible if they can, as it really helps keep them ahead in terms of that macroeconomics gameplay style. But as soon as that factory finishes, we'll likely see a few Hellions on the way from Froz, and it wouldn't surprise me to see a few Lings coming out soon here for our Migraine. There's still no speed on the way, and that's quite interesting, especially as it's 5:50 into the game. So having taken that 3rd base, we might be seeing a little bit more of an interesting build coming out here for our Migraine, maybe going into a fast Roach Hydra or something of that ilk, or even perhaps going for the sort of like fast Swarm Host to siege those Terran bases as quickly as possible. But with the Armory on the way now actually for Froz, this is actually looking like it's going to turn into a little bit of a Hellbat drop, as he does have the Starport on the way, and a Hellbat drop could prove absolutely devastating, especially if our Migraine is going to be waiting to get his Infestation Pit to start producing Swarm Hosts, as he's going to be a little bit delayed with that. As of course still no speed. The speed is started of course at this point now, as he has seen the Hellions moving away across the field. But really focusing on droning up actually, 40 harvesters to 32 in favour of our migraine, so his economy is currently looking pretty strong, and that's a good place to be in as a Zerg for early game. But I shudder to think exactly what's going to happen to it when these Hellbats start hitting. As the double medevac there, along with all of the Hellbats on the way, is likely going to cause more than a few problems. And with the Hellions already in the middle of the map as well, Frost has a lot of potential here to get a lot of early game harass right off, especially as there is no spine crawler yet at the natural. There is no spine crawler yet at the main. There is the spine crawler going up here at the third. That is going to get up just in time, but those Hellions have already done a lot of damage there, taking out quite a few drones there, managing to get 7 worker kills. There is actually a spire set up here for our migrants, so that will help to do a little bit of deterrence from that drop. But as this flies in, it's just going to deposit all those Hellbats right in that mineral line, and they are going to pretty much cause absolute havoc and chaos. And it's really going to come down to whether or not our migrant is going to be able to pull that quickly enough, or whether or not he just decides to skip dropping in the natural and go straight for the main. And in fact, that is what he's going to do. No defenses here in the main, and these Hellbats are going to go nuts. And I don't think our migrant is even aware that it is Hellbats, and by the time he has realised here, already so many workers have gone down there. Those Hellbats absolutely causing devastation. 10 workers killed, and these Hellbats are just going to keep going absolutely ballistic here. The Queens do manage to snipe out one of those medevacs though, which is a pretty good victory there for our migrant, as those medevacs keeping those Hellbats alive is really important, and actually taking out that one with another one inside. So a couple more kills for that Hellbat before he's taken out by that double queen there, right there. More Lings on the way now though for our migrant, and it looks like he wants to apply a little bit of pressure here, scouting that another drop as it goes in, but he is going to be able to head up around here and apply a little bit of pressure to the front of Froz's base right now. And this is a pretty much smart move. He's got to be aware that Froz has pretty much thrown the majority of his army into those drops for the early game, and actually those drops doing quite a nice little bit of damage, forcing the delayed mining time there, and forcing maybe I think a few extra drone kills, going up to 11 drone kills, which is pretty nice. But our migrant's got to be thinking that Frost is putting a lot of resources into these drops, so there can't be too much at the front here. So maybe our migrant should try and think about getting maybe a couple of attacks of his own, maybe a couple of Ling run-bys to deal with the depleted forces that Froz would have at his front. Though Froz actually behind this, actually adding on quite a nice number of units here, got his defences started to build up here, and is once again going straight for that sort of bio-style play as quickly as possible, and having so much success with it previously, getting his upgrades on the way as well, +2, which is going to be really important. But our migrant definitely playing for a very macro game, getting the 4th hatchery here straight away. While Froz is still, of course, only on 2 bases. This poor SCV here going to be taken out before it can place that command center, and force Froz to move around a few units there to try and deal with that as best as possible. And once again, more drops just going on here. Froz pretty much just a master of constant dropping here. He's managed to just be all over the place with these, and it's just kicking out more and more workers. Up to 15 workers killed now by Froz using those pretty gnarly drops there, and pretty soon he'll be able to load up a few more medevacs and go and execute even more drops. So he's got quite a nice force here of Hellbats and Marines, and that is going to do a lot against this mostly Ling Roach composition here, especially with a few Marauders mixed in as well, as Hellbats are brilliant for tanking that Roach damage. But it definitely looks like Froz wants to make some kind of a play right now. Our migrant looking going to be like he's going to be in a little bit of a difficult position here. Froz going to be cleaning up some of that creep, let his army move in a little bit easier here in the future, and just really producing behind this. And those Lings really need to get into position, but they're going to be really hitting on the Hellbats, which are actually at the back right now, and that is exactly not what the Lings want to be hitting on. They want to be hitting on those Marines first and foremost. And as those roaches come in, this is going to be a pretty nice fight here, but Froz with his 118 supply to our migrants, 82, is definitely in a little bit of a superior position though. Mulists are arriving to join the fray though, but the Marines are now there for Froz, and they are going to be able to pick those up pretty quickly. And this attack is likely going to do quite a bit of damage at this point, but Froz actually suffering a little bit of a lag issue here, and if he times out and disconnects, then unfortunately it's a forfeit, and the win will go to Ow, my groin. But it looks like his PC has actually managed to correct itself there. Looks like it must have just been a momentary glitch, and this force is going to keep on pushing in here. Ow, my groin, definitely in a bit of a rough position here, down to 75 supply to 126. Frost really going nuts here, going to take out that natural while his marines are moving in here to the main. Even the drones being pulled here to try and clean this up, but I think it's just a little bit too little too late as the Mutalisks come back to try and do even more to help out here. But Frost is pretty much just able to rally his units straight over at this point, and if he can take out those important tech structures, then this is pretty much just going to be game over, unless Almagron thinks he can reset up back at that 4th base. No more roaches now for Almagron as Frost is taking that, and once he gets the Spire, that is going to be it for the Mutalisks. Only 3 more on the way, and that is simply not going to be enough against the number of Marines that Frost is pretty much streaming into the space. More and more units arriving all the time, dropping as well, and there goes the GG. Almagron passing out there for a 3-1 victory for Froz. So Froz is going to be our tournament victor today. He is going to walk away with the $100 from the prize pool. Almagron will get the consolation prize, second place, of $30, which is still not too bad. Also, a big props to our 2 semi-finalist winners as well, which would be, sorry, our other 2 semi-finalists as well, Ham Sandwich and Krillmon, who both got away with $10 each as well. Big shout out to all you guys. Thank you very much for tuning in today. I hope you've absolutely enjoyed this tournament. Once again, the LaG Weekly Tournament is something that the Team LaG wants to do on a fairly regular basis. I suggest you follow them on Twitter, that's at LagSC2, and go and check out their website, that's laggaming.net. All the details can actually be found on the bracket page for this tournament, as well as through their website. So that is laggaming.net and lagsc2, and you can also find their Facebook from the tournament page as well. If you've enjoyed my casting, please make sure that you check me out as well on Twitter. That would be at Daylac on Twitter, and you can also find me on YouTube by the same name and Twitch by the same name, where I like to post obviously the tournament replays as they go. Big shout outs as well to Sky once again for organising the tournament, and to the LaG guys for helping him put it together, and looking forward to seeing you all for the next tournament as it comes about. But in the interim time, while we wrap up and sort out a few final details for the players, I'll be putting you back to some music, so enjoy some more tunes while we sort out the final tournament details. Okay, bracket finalization has gone through now. So once again, Froz is our first place prize winner today, getting the $100, with Out My Groin taking home the second place prize for $30, and Ham Sandwich and Krillmon being joint third, fourth, and taking away the $10 each. Once again, big shout outs to LaG team for sorting out this tournament and getting it put together. Absolutely great to cast for. I always enjoy casting these particular tournaments. So definitely make sure that you check out LaG on Twitter, which would be LagSC2, and their website laggaming.net, where you can also find them on their social media profiles as well. Hopefully you've enjoyed the tournaments, and the next ones will be posted, have details posted on Twitter, so definitely keep an eye out for that one, and enjoy the rest of your evening, folks. I've been your caster Daylight tonight. Hope you've enjoyed listening and tuning in, and allow me to just play you out with some extra music.